Chapter 34-36. Looking at this scene, the guard who ran to report was also dumbfounded as he stood there in a daze. The two middle-aged men and an old man who came from behind also saw this situation, and their complexions became dignified. Their gazes swept across the crowd and landed on the cold and elegant woman in tight clothes. Judging from her attire, she should be a guard or something like that. However, her aura was so powerful that even they couldn't help but feel apprehensive when they saw her. This is the report from the servant. He is one of the people who came in with the woman in red. One of the middle-aged men whispered to the two people, looking down at Lung Shuang with a dignified expression. The three people descended from the sky and landed at the collapsed city gate. One of them waved his hand and motioned for over 100 guards to move the stone away to see if the person could be saved. One of the middle-aged men in luxurious clothes looked at Lung Shuang and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency? Why are you making such a big fuss in the city?" For them, Lung Shuang had always been a man of few words and only said 3 simple words. Looking at the Gu family. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also looked at those people, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "These are a group of people who were escorted from other places to become slaves. Just for these people, you seriously injured my city guards, injured my subordinates, and destroyed my city gate?" Lung Shuang looked at the middle-aged man and listened to him, then said coldly, "These people, any one of them is more honorable than you. If you dare to touch them, only death awaits you." At this moment, her killing intent was released. It was bone-chilling and frightening. Hearing this, Qin Xian was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at the man named Gu Xiangyi. The other party was dirty and messy, so she couldn't see his original appearance. However, it seemed that not only did they know Lung Shuang, but more importantly, they knew their master. "Little girl, you sure talk big." As a city lord, being shouted at by a little girl in such a manner, the middle-aged man only felt embarrassed, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. With a raise of his hand, hundreds of guards quickly surrounded Lung Shuang and the others. Their long swords glinted with a cold light as they pointed at them. Once their master gave the order, they would kill them. At this moment, other than Gu Xiangyi and his father, the other members of the Gu family were confused. They didn't know the woman in black, so naturally, they didn't know who she was. Why did she recognize their young master and was willing to save them? When the Gu family saw the people unsheathing their swords and pointing at them with killing intent, they couldn't help but protect the women, children, and the elderly in the middle. However, at this moment of mutual hostility, when the surrounding people involuntarily retreated and swallowed their saliva as they watched this scene in horror, they heard a light voice that carried a bit of carelessness and laziness. "Since when can my little girl be scolded so casually?" Feng Jiu, dressed in red, leisurely walked over, followed by Lung Hua, Du Fan, and the others. Chapter 34-37. However, at this moment, no one associated the woman in red with the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu. After all, they knew that Feng Jiu had disappeared for several years. Some said that Feng Jiu had hidden herself from the world, while others said that Feng Jiu had gone to the upper realm. Some even said that Feng Jiu was dead. There were many different opinions, but no one knew which one was true. However, everyone knew that the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu had disappeared from all parts of the mainland. Naturally, no one would think that the person in front of them was her. Moreover, they had never seen Feng Jiu before. "Master!" Lung Shuang and Qin Xian saw her and went forward to greet her. Qin Xian then retreated behind her, while Lung Shuang said to Feng Jiu, "It's Gu Xiangyi." Feng Jiu was a little surprised to hear this name. His gaze swept past the people in front of him with filthy hair and dirty faces. Finally, his gaze fell on the tall figure. "Gu Xiangyi." She looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the old and young people. She frowned and asked, "I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Gu Xiangyi cupped her hands and bowed to her. She smiled helplessly but did not speak. At this moment, Lung Shuang said, "Master, they can't speak. Are these your clansmen?" Feng Jiu looked at the 50 to 60 people and saw that even some children were covered in whip scars. His gaze immediately turned cold. Gu Xiangyi nodded. Seeing this, Feng Jiu said, "Go to the inn in front and rest for a while. Take your clansmen with you." As Feng Jiu spoke, he turned and walked back. He did not look at the middle-aged man, the old man, or the 100 or so guards behind him. He only turned to look at Du Fan. "You, Wei Feng, and the others stay here and deal with this." "Yes, master," Du Fan and the others replied. Gu Xiangyi gestured to her clansmen to follow her. Seeing a little girl fall to the ground, Leng Hua walked forward and picked her up, not caring that she had dirted his robes. The little girl saw that she had dirted Gu Xiangyi's moon-colored robe and couldn't help but shrink back in fear. She didn't know what to do and could only look in Gu Xiangyi's direction. "It's fine now." Leng Hua gently stroked the child's head. When he saw the child looking timidly at Gu Xiangyi, he smiled and said, "He's our friend." With that, he carried the child and walked towards the inn with the others. Seeing that those people didn't even look at them when they came out, and actually took those people away so openly, the city lord felt that his dignity was being challenged. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Capture them all!" Feng Jiu, who had already left, did not stop when he heard the words behind him. He only left behind a sentence. "Cripple him." These 3 words floated out, and Du Fan smiled as he opened the fan in his hand. The fan in his hand flew out with spirit force and attacked the city lord. A killing intent that covered the sky rushed over, causing the old man, the middle-aged man, and the city lord to be shocked. They quickly dodged, but they saw the sharp aura of the fan instantly cut through one of their arms. In an instant, blood gushed out and a muffled groan rang out. Chapter 34-38. They did not even need to make a move to deal with these people. They only needed to unleash their pressure to force them to kneel on the ground while screaming in agony. A powerful pressure filled the surroundings. The weaker people could not help but spit out blood. Some of them clutched their necks tightly, unable to breathe. The commoners who had retreated further away were dumbfounded when they saw this. They stared at the people in disbelief and were shocked. It could be said that all the clans in the city were alarmed at this moment. The patriarchs and ancestors of each clan hurried out to take a look. Against the city lord? What kind of person dared to be so arrogant? When the patriarchs and ancestors of the various clans came out to take a look, they could not help but gasp when they saw the city lord's guards kneeling on the ground under the powerful pressure. Disbelief filled their eyes. The powerful pressure spread out. Even though it did not affect the commoners in the surroundings, their hearts could not help but beat violently as they stood among the commoners. They were extremely shocked. Even the ancestors of their clans had to lower their heads in the face of such a powerful pressure. According to their people, the people who stayed behind were only the woman in red's guards. Then just how powerful was the woman in red? No. One of the old men's minds suddenly trembled. His body trembled as if he had thought of something. His eyes were filled with fear. "Grandfather? Grandfather, why are you here as well?" A man in luxurious clothes squeezed his way forward. It was the man who had been pestering Feng Jiu the other day. He had seen the woman in red in the crowd earlier, but before he could speak, she had turned and left. The old man ignored him and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Go and ask what the woman in red looks like. Also, what kind of people are with her?" The middle-aged man saw the change in his expression and nodded gravely. Just as he was about to call someone over to ask, the man in luxurious clothes beside him hurriedly said, "Father, there's no need to ask." "I know." It was not just the old man and the middle-aged man. Even the people from the clans nearby walked over when they heard this and surrounded them. "Brother Chun, from your expression, could it be that you know who they are?" An old man asked. He was also the ancestor of an aristocratic family. When he heard that something big had happened in the city, that a group of people had come out of nowhere and actually clashed with the city lord, he hurried over. No matter what, the city lord was the city lord of their city. If something really happened, they couldn't just stand by and watch. However, when they came here to take a look, they felt that these people weren't ordinary people at all, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "You know? Tell me." As the old man spoke, he didn't even look at the others. He only let his grandson speak. Only he knew that his hands behind his back were already sweating due to nervousness. That woman in red is extremely beautiful and has an extraordinary bearing. Beside her are two girls in white and one in black. They are all very beautiful. I have been here for so long, but I have never seen girls as beautiful as them. Even so, the three of them are not even half as beautiful as that woman in red. Chapter 34-39. After being yelled at by his grandfather, the man in luxurious clothes didn't dare to say anything else. He only said, "I was watching from here just now, so I heard one of the women call the woman in black Lung Shuang. Also, the woman in red seems to know those captured slaves. She said something about Gu Xiangyi. Moreover, I know that they're staying in the inn ahead, and they've even booked the inn." He paused for a moment, and then said, "I went to take a look. Regardless of whether they're men or women, they're all extremely outstanding. They don't look like ordinary people." As he spoke, he added, "They should be from aristocratic families." The old man was slightly shocked when he heard this. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise came from ahead. They looked over when they heard the sound, and they saw a man with a folding fan in his hand had actually crippled the city lord's cultivation so easily. On the ground, the middle-aged man and the old man coughed up blood as they fell to the ground. They looked at the smiling man with a folding fan in his hand with astonishment. The city lord actually asked the city lords of the nearby cities for help just now? Look, the signal in the sky has been sent out. A member of an aristocratic family exclaimed in surprise. He felt that the situation was really troublesome. The city gates were destroyed, the city lord was crippled, and the guards in the city were lying on the ground half dead. Now that the signal for help had been sent out, if the city lords of the nearby cities rushed over, it would probably be a huge battle. At this moment, probably no one would have thought that if they really fought, they would only be annihilated. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the Chun family's ancestor. At this moment, his face was slightly pale, but he still didn't dare to be sure, until he heard a voice from ahead. "Who exactly are you to injure me to this extent?" The old man on the ground wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared fixedly at the man holding a folding fan in front of him, who looked like an elegant young master. Du Fan fanned himself lightly and glanced at the people on the ground. He revealed a smile. "Listen well. This young master is Du Fan. Du Fan. Du Fan." These two words were like a clap of thunder in the Chun clan's ancestors' ears, fiercely striking down from the sky and charring him black. As a result, his body trembled violently, and he staggered back a few steps. Grandfather, what's wrong?" The man in luxurious clothes hurriedly supported him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man asked with a grave expression, "Father, what's wrong? I don't think anyone from our Qin clan has done anything rude to them, right?" The Qin clan's patriarch grabbed his son's wrist and asked anxiously. When the other family members saw this, they secretly waved their hands and signaled for those who were about to make a move to stop. They quietly watched the Chun family's old ancestor. They were certain that the Chun family's patriarch knew who those people were. When the middle-aged man saw this, he knew the seriousness of the matter. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. Our people didn't give the order, so no one got involved in this matter." Moreover, when they saw how easily those people shocked everyone, they naturally knew how powerful they were. Thus, they didn't dare to rashly make a move, lest they bring trouble to themselves. It's good that they didn't. It's good that they didn't. The old man nodded and clearly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, one of the guards saw the seriousness of the matter and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Old master, last night, the young master blocked the way and took liberties with that woman in red." Chapter 34-40. Since when did I flirt with her? I only wanted to show her the way and bring her around the city for sightseeing. Seeing this, the man in luxurious clothes hurriedly spoke, helping his grandfather calm down as he glared at the talkative guard. The guard lowered his head, not daring to speak. However, he knew that the young master's actions last night were seen as flirting with the lady in the eyes of others. Fortunately, they had pulled him back and stopped him, preventing the matter from escalating. After waiting for his father to catch his breath, family head Chun hesitated, then asked, "Father, who are they?" From the looks of it, they should have a rather powerful background. But what kind of people were they? How could they frighten his father to this extent? The ghost doctor. It's the ghost Dr. Fungio. Old Master Chen's voice trembled as he said, "There's been no news of her for many years. Now, she's finally appeared again." Hearing this, the people from the other families couldn't help but feel shocked. The ghost Dr. Fungio? At this moment, once this name was mentioned, all the information about the ghost Dr. Fungio flooded into their minds. In an instant, everyone knew that the lady in red was indeed Fungio. Aside from the ghost Dr. Fungio, who else could wear a red robe in such a carefree and unrestrained manner? Aside from the ghost Dr. Fungio, who else would have such powerful subordinates by his side? Aside from the ghost Dr. Fungio, who else would dare to act so arrogantly? While everyone was still in shock, on the other side, after crippling the mayor's cultivation and seriously injuring the two people beside him, Du Fan and the rest didn't even look at them as they strode towards the inn. With such a shocking scene, those who were tactful would know that it was best to end things here. However, thinking of the signal that the mayor had sent out, Du Fan smiled and opened the fan in his hand with a swish, gently fanning himself. If there was anyone who didn't know better and wanted to challenge them, they would gladly oblige. In front, Fungio led Gu Xiangyi and the rest into the inn. The sudden arrival of so many people made Mo Chun and the rest on the first floor look at them in surprise. An old acquaintance, Fungio said to them, then said to Gu Xiangyi, "Go take a bath and treat your wounds first. I'll get someone to prepare some food for you. Let's sit down and talk later." As he spoke, he instructed Leng Hua to take them down to make arrangements. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyi nodded and followed Leng Hua to the back. "Leng Shuang, go buy some clothes for them and come back. Qin Xin, tell the shopkeeper to get more people to prepare some food for them. Also, invite some doctors to treat their wounds." Feng Jiu instructed them to get to work, then sat down at the table. "Yes." The two of them responded, and then went their separate ways. "He looks a little familiar, but I can't remember who he is," Guan Shilin said, looking thoughtfully at the tall man. "It's Gu Xiangyi, the person who delivered the spiritual medicine to our heavenly pill house. I don't know how he ended up like this. His spiritual power has been sealed, and he can't speak. The old and the young are being escorted to be enslaved." Feng Jiu said, then paused. Fortunately, Leng Shuang met him and recognized him. If Leng Shuang hadn't met him and recognized him, he probably wouldn't have walked past them. They probably wouldn't know what happened to them in a short time. Chapter 34-41. As they chatted downstairs, Leng Shuang ordered the waiter to deliver the clothes to them after buying them. About half an hour later, Gu Xiangyi and her father walked out and stood in front of Feng Jiu and the others. Because it was just right for 4 people to sit at a table, Feng Jiu stood up and turned to sit at the table next to them. She gestured sit. Looking at Gu Xiangyi and her father, who looked completely new, she felt that the Gu Xiangyi she knew in the past had returned. The two nodded and sat down at the table next to her. "Give me your hands." She gestured for them to reach out. Hearing this, the two of them stretched out their hands and placed them on the table. Feng Jiu stretched out her hand to take their pulse, and not long after, she withdrew her hand. Seeing this, the two of them looked at her. Did they drink the medicine that made them lose their voices? Is it the same for your people? Feng Jiu asked, as she took out the silver needles from her space. Gu Xiangyi nodded and poured some tea on the table. Then, she dipped her finger in the tea and wrote on the table. She asked, "Can they recover?" Seeing the words on the table, Feng Jiu smiled. "A mere medicine for losing one's voice is not a problem for me. Don't worry." She opened the wrapped silver needles and said, "I'll help you use the silver needles and spiritual power to force the medicine out of your body. As for your people, I'll write a prescription for them to decoct the medicine. After drinking it, they should be able to speak by tonight." Hearing this, Gu Xiangyi and her father looked at each other and secretly sighed in relief. Gu Xiangyi used the tea to write the words, "Thank you," on the table and sat upright, waiting for her to perform the acupuncture for them. Feng Jiu smiled. She swiped her finger across the bag of silver needles and took one out. She stood up and went to Gu Xiangyi's side. Don't move during the acupuncture process. And Mo Chun, Jun Jushang, and Guan Shilin sat at a table nearby. They did not disturb Fengjiu as he performed the acupuncture. The guests on the second floor stood there and watched. They were very curious about their identities. Fengjiu applied the needles to both of them at the same time. After half an incense stick of time, he pulled out the silver needles and put them away. The spiritual power in his palm carried a trace of vitality and was injected into their bodies. When the medicine was forced out of their bodies, it also opened up the sealed spiritual power in their bodies. Pooh, pooh. The Gu family's father and son both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, the sound that had been stuck in their throats could finally be heard. Furthermore, the spiritual energy around their bodies began to surge. Cough, cough. The Gu family's patriarch coughed twice. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. He felt his entire body recover. He immediately cupped his hands and said to Fengjiu, "Thank you, Ghost Doctor. If we didn't meet you this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't know what to do." Fengjiu smiled slightly. "No need to thank me. Sit down and rest for a while. I still want to hear from you too. How did you end up like this?" As she spoke, she looked toward the second floor. Seeing that they were all staring at them, she said to the Lung Shuang, who was waiting at the side, "Didn't the shopkeeper say that the guests would be checking out today?" Hearing this, the Lung Shuang glanced at the second floor and walked up. "Guests, please." Chapter 3442. After those people left, the shopkeeper asked the waiter to clean up the blood on the ground and then retreated. After Gu Xiangyi calmed down for a while, he said, "Actually, this is our family's internal strife. The people of the second branch colluded with outsiders to attack us and seize the Gu family sovereignty. They also chased out the people of the first branch and had people escort us here to become slaves. I didn't expect to meet you here and be saved by you." After listening to him briefly explain the matter in a few words, Fengjiu only smiled. It seems that in the years we were not here, many people have become arrogant. They even dared to attack the people who worked with us. Because of the family's internal strife, our people did not have time to ask for help from the Heavenly Pill Building. They took over the Gu family and did not stop doing business with you. However, at that time, some people in my family escaped. I also asked them to ask for help from the Heavenly Pill Building. We also left some clues along the way, but we didn't expect to meet you before they arrived. Fengjiu listened to them talk while asking Lung Shuang to get a pen and paper from the shopkeeper to write down the prescription. He asked Lung Shuang to buy some medicinal herbs and have someone boil the medicine for the people of the Gu family to drink. It's easy to deal with the family's internal strife. Fengjiu smiled and said, "I came back this time to prepare to get married. I won't stay on this continent for long. I will go directly to the lower continent. How about this? I will send someone to accompany you back to deal with the matter and solve it." Hearing him say this, the father and son of the Gu family naturally had no objections. They immediately nodded and stood up to thank him. At the same time, at the city gate, a few figures on swords flew over from the sky. When they arrived at the city gate and saw the collapsed corner of the city wall, they were slightly surprised and looked at each other. "City lords, you're finally here. Our city lord." The old man saw them and couldn't help but cry out in a choked voice. When they came down and saw the dying city lord being supported by the old man, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. What's going on? How did it become like this? What kind of person could actually cripple his cultivation? This was simply worse than killing someone with a single slash. The old man took a deep breath and endured the excruciating pain in his internal organs. He said, "A group of people came to the city. They released dozens of people who wanted to become slaves on the street and injure the guards. They also heavily injured us and crippled the city lord's cultivation base. Those people are too lawless. City lords, you must not let such a person do as he pleases. Who dares to be so arrogant? You don't even know where they came from?" One of the city lords asked with a frown. "I don't know who they are. I only know that the man who injured us is called Du Fan." Du Fan? They looked at each other. They had never heard of this name before. Among the crowd, the Chun family's patriarch, who had just reprimanded his grandson, walked forward after hearing their words. City lords, you must not offend that person. Old Master Chun, what do you mean by that? When the heavily injured old man heard his words, he couldn't help but glare at him angrily. Those people had injured them to such an extent. Were they just going to let it go like this? Impossible. Chapter 34:43. The injured old man supported their city lord with a face full of grief. City lords, those people dare to hurt our city lord today. It's hard to guarantee that they won't do the same to all of you one day. Furthermore, our city lord has a special relationship with all of you. Now that his cultivation has been crippled, how can all of you stay out of this and allow those savage people to continue living in this world? Today, they've crippled our city lord's cultivation and destroyed our city's walls. At the same time, they're also slapping all of you city lords in the face. When the hesitant city lords heard this, a vicious aura rose in their hearts. That's right, those people dared to treat a city lord in this way. Weren't they looking down on them as well? Furthermore, today's matter had already turned out this way. If it didn't step in, how could they establish themselves in this world in the future? At that moment, one of them said in a low voice, "That's right. Those people are so savage. If we don't do anything about it, wouldn't we be letting them continue to wreak havoc everywhere?" Where are they now? Have they escaped? Another city lord asked, his face full of displeasure. Hearing this, the injured old man was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No, these people are very savage. They haven't escaped. They're staying in an inn in the city. It's just up ahead. Let's bring you there." Thus, the old man ordered his men to send the city lords back first while he was supported by his guards towards the inn. With every step he took, the murderous intent in the old man's heart grew stronger. With the city lords working together, he didn't believe that they couldn't kill those people. When the Chun family's ancestors saw that they were escorting the city lords forward, he couldn't help but become anxious. "You can't. You really can't." However, no one listened to him. The guards also followed those people and left. The surrounding commoners also followed to watch the show. At this moment, when the family lords and ancestors saw this, they asked hesitantly, "Elder Chun, why don't you just tell them that it's the ghost Dr. Fengjiu? If that woman in red really is the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, even if they work together, I'm afraid that they'll lose miserably." When the old man heard this, he looked at them and sighed. They won't listen. Besides, in this situation, do you think that they'll believe me even if I tell them? Even if you hear it, I'm afraid that you won't believe it, right? Not to mention you. Even I don't dare to believe it. After all, there hasn't been any news of the ghost Dr. Fengjiu for many years. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they didn't really believe it in their hearts. However, they still somewhat believed it. After all, from the way those people acted, who else would do such a thing other than the ghost Dr. Fengjiu? However, there were people who said that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu had already died, and there were also people who said that she had provoked a strong enemy and was hiding. Now, there were people who said that she had suddenly appeared in this city. Whether it was true or false, it was hard to tell which was the truth. Which one is fake? Teat. Chapter 34:44. We've been gone for too long, and Master's return has been too peaceful. If we don't make any noise, no one will know that our Master is back. Luo Yu crossed his arms over his chest as he spoke like a ruffian, his eyes also landing on the people outside. Inside the inn, other than the table Fengjiu and the others were sitting at, all the other tables were filled with food. The Gu clan's people were all sitting at the table and eating while paying attention to the movements outside. Just now, they found out that the person who saved them was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, the famous ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look towards Fengjiu, who was sitting with a few outstanding men, their eyes filled with admiration. They never thought that there would be a day when they would be able to see the ghost Dr. Fengjiu with their own eyes. It had to be said that she was really dazzling like the sun in the sky, so dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at her. Fengjiu didn't pay attention to the movements outside, and only said to Guan Shilin, "Brother, later you, Leng Hua, and Leng Shuang will help the Gu clan's people release their sealed spiritual energy. Okay. Juan Shilin responded and nodded. Outside, a few city lords gathered together and stood in front of the inn's entrance, shouting at Du Fan and Luo Yu, who were leaning against the door, "Call your master out." Luo Yu sneered and looked at them with contempt. "You want to see my master with just you? You think too highly of yourselves." Hearing this, the city lords couldn't help but become angry, impudent. A voice filled with pressure shouted, and the pressure along with the air rushed towards Du Fan and Luo Yu. Unexpectedly being shouted at like this, Du Fan and Luo Yu both raised their eyebrows. In the next moment, the two straightened their faces and their originally leaning bodies straightened. The smiles on their faces disappeared, and a cold shout came from their mouths at the same time. "How dare you!" As soon as this impudent voice came out, it was as if two mountains suddenly pressed down on their heads. A powerful pressure accompanied by a terrifying aura fiercely pounced on them. For a moment, their knees fell heavily to the ground with a plop. Yes. The pain from their knees made many of them cry out in pain and draw in a breath of cold air. What made the city lords feel even more ashamed and shocked was that they, as city lords, had actually knelt down without any warning because of their impudence. The pressure that pressed down on them was so powerful and terrifying that they broke out in cold sweat and forgot how to react for a moment. The surrounding people looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were dumbfounded as they watched the city lords and the guards kneel down with a plop under the cold shouts of the two men. Moreover, they were unable to stand up. A mere city lord actually dares to put on airs in front of us. You really don't know what's good for you. Luo Yu shouted coldly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the people kneeling on the ground. Du Fan stared at the city lords and opened the folding fan in his hand. He gently fanned himself as he said, "Just kneel. If you dare to stand up before I ask you to." His words were relaxed and carried a hint of a smile. However, the threat in his words was so obvious that the people who were about to stand up froze and didn't dare to move. Chapter 34:45. Inside the inn, Fengjiu and Mo Chan were chatting idly, while the Gu clan members were eating on the first floor. They glanced at the people kneeling outside the inn's door, thinking that these people were too insensible. As city lords, they actually dared to rush over to help without investigating clearly. If it were anyone else, it would have been fine, but they just had to meet the ghost Dr. Fengjiu and the others. Who knew how long they would have to kneel outside like this? When the people from the great clans who had followed them saw the city lords and the others kneeling on the ground with ugly expressions, they couldn't help but be startled, thinking to themselves, could it be that Fengjiu had come out? They squeezed their way forward, but only saw the two men standing on the left and right of the inn's door. Other than the two of them, no one else had come out. "Grandfather, look, the one in red sitting inside is that lady." The man in luxurious clothes poked his head out and pointed at the red figure inside the inn. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shift their steps slightly, poking their heads out to look inside. After faintly seeing the figure, they fell into deep thought for a while, before one of them lowered his voice and asked, "Are we just going to watch like this? Think of a way to let those city lords know. Otherwise, things will get out of hand." The Chun clan ancestor sighed and said. Therefore, they gathered together to discuss. Not long after, they nodded. After tidying up his robe, the Chun family's ancestor glanced at his grandson and said, "Follow me." Then he walked forward. The city lords were all kneeling, and so were the guards. Thus, when the Chun clan ancestor brought his grandson forward, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the Chun clan ancestor walk forward, the city lords were startled, but just as they were about to speak, they saw him lead the young man in luxurious clothes behind him and respectfully cup his hands together in a bow towards the inn. "This old man has brought my inferior grandson to ask for forgiveness from the ghost doctor. Last night, my grandson offended the ghost doctor. Please forgive him." When the Chun clan ancestor's voice rang out, some people were at a loss, while others' expressions changed, and they were extremely shocked. The ghost doctor? At this moment, the faces of the city lords kneeling on the ground paled, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look inside the inn. The ghost Dr. Fengjiu was here? How is this possible? Upon hearing the old ancestor's words, Du Fan and Luo Yu exchanged glances and looked at the old ancestor meaningfully. After a while, Du Fan walked in. Feng Jiu, who was chatting with them, heard the conversation outside and couldn't help but smile. When he saw Du Fan come in, he said to him, "Let them go back." Hearing this, Du Fan replied, "Yes." Then he walked out. When he arrived outside, his gaze swept across the pale-faced people on the ground. Only then did he say to old Master Chun, "My master wants all of you to go back." Hearing this, old Master Chun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Ghost Doctor." Only then did he leave with his grandson. At the same time, he glanced at the city lords kneeling on the ground. Du Fan and Luo Yu walked into the inn. Once they retracted their pressure, the people kneeling on the ground couldn't help but sigh in relief, and their bodies went limp. There was clearly no pressure, but at this moment, they couldn't stand even if they wanted to. Chapter 3446. On the first floor of the inn, Feng Jiu and the others sat and drank, not paying attention to the people outside. At their level of cultivation, those people were no longer worthy of their attention. As long as they didn't go too far, they wouldn't bother with them. "Since we're not leaving today, I'll go back to my room to sleep." She stood up and said to Bai Ching Chung, "How, you guys keep an eye on them?" "Yes." Bai Ching Chung replied, and watched her get up and go upstairs. Seeing her leave, Emo Chan said to Jun Jueshang, "How about we go upstairs and play a few games of chess? I'll be happy to accompany you." Jun Jueshang said and stood up as well, walking upstairs with him. Seeing this, Guan Shilin smiled at Gu Xiangyi, who was next to him, and said, "Let's talk." Xiao Jiu said that he'll let some people go back with you to help. "Have you decided how to deal with those people when you go back?" Gu Xiangyi and her father looked at each other, and the two of them went to the table where Guan Shilin was sitting and sat down to chat with him. Hao also went back to his room, and the others were busy with their own things. Although there were many people in the inn, it was very quiet. Outside, the few city lords who had been helped away found the old man of the Qin family. After learning the identity of the people in the inn from him, they were so scared that their faces turned green. They didn't dare to stay for long, and didn't even dare to think about standing up for the city lord whose cultivation had been destroyed. Instead, they hurriedly left for their own cities. They thought that it would be a chaotic battle, but after knowing the identity of Feng Jiu and the others, no one dared to fight with them, and the matter came to an end. The next morning, the people of the Gu family solemnly thanked Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu also stayed behind, and asked Du Fan and Luo Yu to go back to the Gu family to help them deal with the internal strife. "After you're done, go directly to the Heavenly Pill building in 100 River City." Feng Jiu looked at the two of them and said, "We'll wait for you at the Heavenly Pill building. Hurry up, don't delay for too long." "Yes, master." The two of them responded and watched as the group of people left. Only then did they return with the people from the Gu clan. After they left, the news of Feng Jiu's appearance in the city was like a feather blown away by the wind, spreading everywhere. It also let many people know that Feng Jiu had returned. Many people who received the news rushed to the Heavenly Dan building in the 100 River City. They knew that once Feng Jiu returned, he would definitely return to the Heavenly Dan building. Therefore, they waited at the Heavenly Dan building. The two realms were connected. Many cultivators from the upper realm also tried to go down to the lower realm to take a look. After all, their strength was not outstanding in the upper realm, but if they went down to the lower realm, they would be heaven-defying existences. However, even if they had the intention, it was very difficult for them to pass the test of CK and Mu Exant, who were guarding the immortal road. Therefore, gradually, the cultivators stopped thinking about it. At the same time, Wanyan Xianhua, who was peacefully nursing her pregnancy in the family's backyard, was lying on a soft couch with squinted eyes and basking in the sun. She looked at the warm sunlight shining down from the sky and narrowed her eyes comfortably. She stretched like a lazy cat. "Xianhua, when are we leaving? We've been here for quite some time. You don't want to stay here forever, do you?" Wanyan Shursen walked out with a bored expression. Chapter 3447. Wanyan Xianhua looked at him and said, I heard a Jew say that they are already here. They're going to the Heavenly Dan building in Hunter River City. However, Jun Jueshong is also with her. It seems that he is waiting for me to appear. 13th uncle. What do you think we should do now? What? Jun Jueshong is also here? Does he have nothing to do in the Xiaoyao sect? He even followed you to the lower world? From the looks of it, he really hates you to the core. He must want to drag you back personally. Wanyan Shur-san said and shook his head. TSK, TSK. I wonder what will happen to you after he catches you? Wanyan Qianhua coughed lightly and sat up straight. He said seriously, so I think that I can't meet a Geo at the moment. I don't want to be caught by him as soon as I show my face. As she spoke, her eyes flickered and she said, however, I do have a good idea. What good idea? Wanyan Shur-san didn't believe her. Either we stay here and don't go out, or we go to the Peach Blossom Cove that a Geo mentioned and avoid them. This way, we won't meet him. Seeing this, Wanyan Shur-san said, then let's go to the Peach Blossom Cove. In any case, I can walk around there. Here, there are dark clouds everywhere. It is very troublesome to go out. Therefore, once the two decided, they found time to talk to the people in the family. The next morning, they left here. The head of the Wanyan family and the others who sent them off looked at their daughter, who was getting farther and farther away. They couldn't help but feel sad. Their daughter was leaving like this. When would they see her again? She didn't mention the child in her belly. They pretended not to know and didn't ask. Now that they saw her carrying a child and going away alone, it was impossible for them to feel relieved. In any case, she has her 13th uncle with her. Don't worry, Wanyan old man said and patted his son's shoulder. Then he turned around and walked back. Wanyan Qianhua, who had left with Wanyan Shur-san, walked on the road. His mood was as happy as a bird that had been set free, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. AI, it's still better to be outside. To be honest, I don't really like staying in the family. The yin qi is too strong. As Wanyan Shur-san spoke, he summoned his flying sword and jumped onto it. At the same time, he said to Wanyan Qianhua, come on up, I'll just carry you on the sword. Seeing this, Wanyan Qianhua nodded. Only then did he leap onto the tip of his foot and lightly land on his flying sword, flying together with him. Meanwhile, in the higher realm, Xianyuan Mose was searching everywhere for rare treasures. He wanted to personally prepare a betrothal gift for Fengjiu. Thus, those things had to be priceless and extremely precious. These days, all the betrothal gifts that he had prepared were all placed in his space. As long as his subordinates heard of any precious treasures, no matter how difficult it was to obtain them, he would find a way to get them. On this day, he heard that the eastern pearl of the eastern sea was very beautiful and priceless. Thus, he also rushed to the eastern sea. As for Fengjiu, who had already arrived at the Heavenly Pill building, he had been idle in the mansion for the past few days. He was only waiting for his subordinates to finish their work so that he could leave and return to his family. Chapter 3448. Fengjiu already knew when Mo Chen walked in. She didn't even need to look at him to be familiar with his aura. His aura gradually became very gentle. Compared to Xianyuan Moses, it was less fierce and sharp. It was easier for people to get used to his presence without being wary. Knowing that he sat down but didn't say anything, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because her face was covered by a book, she couldn't see his expression. Therefore, she reached out and took the book off her face. Not going to sleep? Mo Chan saw her take off the book and asked in amusement, how can I sleep with you staring at me like that? Fengjiu chuckled and sat up from the soft couch. She asked, you're already here. Don't you plan to go back and see your master? Hearing this, Mo Chan said gently, there's no hurry. After all, I just went back home yesterday. As for seeing my master, I don't think there's a need to rush. Let's wait for a while. Seeing this, Fengjiu nodded. It's been a few days since I returned to the Heavenly Pill House. I'm just waiting for Lung Hua and the others to settle the matters at hand. When Du Fan and the others come back, I can go back. She chuckled. When the time comes, how about I invite you to the Peach Blossom Cove? The peach blossoms, they're always in full bloom. It's very beautiful. Okay. Mo Chan smiled in response. When the time comes, I'll treat you to a drink under the peach blossom tree." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled in response. The two of them chatted for a while in the courtyard. Then, they saw Jun Jushang and Guan Shilin walk in. Guan Shilin greeted them with a smile before entering the courtyard. "Xiao Jiu, Emo Chun, I knew you would be here," Guan Shilin said with a smile. He strode over and sat down beside them. He called out to Jun Jushang, "Sit here. There's still a seat here." The corner of Mo Chin's mouth twitched as he noticed that his snow-white robe had been smeared black. He glanced at Guan Shilin and asked, "Where did you go just now?" Guan Shilin didn't notice it at first, but when he looked at it, he couldn't help but be startled. He grabbed his robe and looked at it. "It's dirty? I didn't even know." Then, she looked at Mo Chun and said apologetically, "Why don't you go back and change your clothes?" "I'm really sorry." "No need," Mo Chun said. He didn't really care about it. Seeing this, Guan Shilin smiled and said, "Just now we went to the training field and exchanged a few blows. You see, my body is dirty because of him." He helplessly spread out his hands and looked at Jun Jushang, who was standing there. Jun Jueshang calmly shifted his gaze to Feng Jiu and asked, "When will you tell me her whereabouts?" Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Don't worry. Didn't I say it already? When the time comes, you will naturally meet." Hearing this again, Jun Jushang frowned. He didn't ask any more questions and just sat down beside them. At this time, Long Hua walked in from outside and called out respectfully, "Master, there are people outside who wish to see you." "Who is it?" Feng Jiu asked casually. "It's the city lords of the surrounding towns and people from the various great clans. They are currently blocked outside the mansion." "They all wish to see you, Master," Long Hua said. Feng Jiu smiled. "Send them away. Tell them to look for you if they need anything." She didn't want to bother with other matters and left them all to her subordinates. This way she could relax. Hearing this, Long Hua paused for a moment before answering, "Yes." He turned around and walked out. Chapter 3449. Feng Jiu nodded. "Okay, I prepared some things for your family. You can take them back with you." As she spoke, she looked at Lung Shuang. "You send Mo Chun back and give him the things." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and looked at Mo Chun. "Then I'll thank you in advance." Mo Chun smiled and left with Lung Shuang. Seeing that Mo Chun had left, Jun Jueshang did not stay and returned to the courtyard. Watching them leave, Guan Shilin asked with a smile, "Xiao Jiu, she wouldn't have gone there too, right? If that's the case, won't they meet very soon?" Feng Jiu smiled. "My sister left first. I told her to go to Peach Blossom Cove. We'll leave in a few days. We won't meet on the road, even if the dates are staggered." With a smile in her eyes, she thought to herself, "Besides, she's pregnant, so she probably won't be in a hurry. The time they spend here can make the journey easier for her and Wanyan Shur-san." In the following days, she stayed in the Heavenly Elixir building leisurely for a while. Until one day, Du Fan and the others returned to the Heavenly Elixir building to report after finishing the Gu family's affairs. In the courtyard, Du Fan and Luo Yu told her about the Gu family's affairs. In the end, they said, now that Gu Xiangyi and his son have regained control of the Gu family, they can't come because they have to reorganize the family's affairs. Therefore, they asked us to pass on their behalf. After dealing with the family's affairs, we'll personally come and thank you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "Got it. You must be tired after coming back. Go back and rest. We'll leave tomorrow." "Yes." The two of them responded and bowed before retreating. The next morning, Mo Chun heard that they were leaving. He smiled warmly. "All right, you can go back first. I'll go to Master's place. On the day of your wedding, I'll definitely attend the wedding." "Okay, take care." Feng Jiu nodded at him. Mo Chun sent them off and watched them leave in their spaceship. Only then did he turn around and head home. Phoenix Dynasty, Feng Manor. If there was a special existence, then it could only be the Phoenix Dynasty. From the change of dynasty to the Phoenix Dynasty, it was destroyed by others and became a place without imperial authority. Logically speaking, such an existence was like a piece of fat meat that everyone would stare at. However, because of the Feng clan's strength, even if there was no imperial authority here, no one dared to have any thoughts about it. Although the imperial system of the Phoenix dynasty had already disappeared, everyone still referred to this place as the Phoenix dynasty, and the Feng clan was still the supreme existence here. In the Feng Manor, the members of the Feng family who had received news half a month ago that Feng Jiu's group would be returning were all waiting with joy. The entire manor was busy preparing, anticipating their arrival every day. A few familiar people found out that Feng Jiu's group was coming back, so they often came to visit. After asking around, they found out that they were coming back to get married. Thus, they all secretly prepared congratulatory gifts. A few days later, the spaceship flew past the city and landed directly in front of the Feng Manor's main gate. The entire city could not help but look, until a familiar red figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Someone shouted, "The Feng clan's eldest young miss has returned." Chapter 3450. When Feng Sanyuan, Feng Xiao, and the others heard that Feng Jiu and the others had arrived, they all came out to greet them. When they saw her return after being away from home for several years, everyone's eyes couldn't help but redden. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. Feng Jiu greeted them one by one and bowed to them. Then she smiled and said, "I'm back." Good, good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Everyone looked at her excitedly. When they saw the little person standing next to her, they were startled for a moment. This is how, Feng Jiu said and pushed the little guy forward. Quickly, greet great-grandfather and the others. How? Greets great-grandfather, great-grandmother, grandfather, grandmother. Howard knelt down and bowed to them, then cowed out. So it's how? You were such a small child back then, but you're already so big. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have recognized you. Feng Sanyuan laughed loudly and helped him up, saying, "Quickly get up, Howard. Let's go home with great-grandfather. Back then, when your mother brought you back, you were still so young. She still held you in her arms." Howard listened and raised his head slightly to look at great-grandfather who was holding his hand. Seeing that he was even younger than his grandfather, he couldn't help but be curious. "Ha ha ha! Xiao Jiu, come. Let's go home. You haven't been back for several years." Feng Xiao laughed loudly. Looking at his daughter who had returned home, he reached out and patted her shoulder. Then he looked at the people behind her and said, "Come in together. It's been a long time since the house has been so lively." The group of people walked into the manor in a grandiose manner. Many of the people in the manor were old. When they saw Feng Jiu, they all quickly bowed. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and worship. Some young maidservants and manservants couldn't hide their curiosity and secretly glanced at their family's eldest young miss. It was the first time they saw the legendary Feng family's eldest young miss at such a close distance, so they were extremely excited. Feng Sanyuan walked in front while holding Hao Er's hand. At the same time, he instructed the housekeeper who was waiting on the side, "This month, there will be a double portion in the manor. Let everyone be happy." Thank you, elder." When the housekeeper heard this, he chuckled and expressed his thanks. He raised his voice and said to everyone, "Old master said that this month, everyone in the manor will receive double the monthly allowance. He wants everyone to be happy." In an instant, when everyone in the manor heard this, they couldn't help but become happy. The servants all happily gave their thanks. Who didn't know that the Feng manor was the most? It could be said that every servant in the manor, they were proud to enter. Inside the Feng Manor's main hall, everyone gathered. At this time, Feng Jiu introduced them to each other. After all, aside from a few familiar faces, Jun Shang, Qin Xian, and the others had never met before. Outside the Feng Manor, Wanyan Shursan held a wine gourd in his hand as he walked and drank. Hearing the people in the streets say that the Feng Manor's eldest young miss had returned, his expression couldn't help but change. He also went to the Feng Manor's main gate to take a look. Chapter 3451. Feng Jiu. The man thought a bit, then said, "The Feng family's eldest young miss original name was Feng Qingge, but later on, I heard that she was also called Feng Jiu. I don't know what happened." "Oh, so she really did come back." Wanyan Shursan turned his gaze and looked in front of him. He saw that there were quite a few people in the surroundings. Aside from a few guards in front of the Feng Manor's gate, he did not see any other familiar people. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw Leng Hua walk out and head towards the flying boat. Seeing this, he squeezed forward and shouted, "Leng Hua, Leng Hua." At the same time, he waved the wine gourd in his hand to attract his attention. Leng Hua, who was about to enter the flying boat to get something, looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see Wanyan Shi-san. He then walked towards him. Before he could speak, he saw him set up a soundproof barrier, and a questioning voice could be heard. "Leng Hua, did Jun Jushang also come with you?" Wanyan Shi-san asked while paying attention to the situation outside the Feng Manor's gate to prevent Jun Jushang from suddenly coming out. Seeing him, Leng Hua slightly smiled and warmly said, "Young Master Jun also came. He has been following us ever since we came back. He said that he was looking for young Miss Wanyan. Right now, he is sitting in the manor." Leng Hua's smiling voice paused slightly, asking, "Is young Miss Wanyan doing well?" Master was originally preparing to go see her when young Master Jun wasn't paying attention after settling down. Right now, she's idle every day. All she does is eat and sleep. The only activity she does is go to the peach blossom forest to admire the flowers. We've been here for a few days. I was bored staying there, so I came into the city to ask around. Who knew that I would run into you? As Wanyan Shi-san spoke, he looked inside the Feng Manor and said, "Speaking the truth, your manor security is not just a little bit tight. I tried to go in to take a look, but who knew that I would almost be discovered before I even got in? Then let's find a time, and I'll take you in to see the old master and the patriarch," Leng Hua said. Hearing this, Wanyan Shi-san waved his hand. "Forget it. Once I show my face, Jun Jushang will know that my troublesome niece is here. You don't know that she actually conspired with your master to rape Jun Jushang before escaping. If she was caught by him, she wouldn't even know how she died." Hearing this, Leng Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. She also knew a little about this matter. She also knew when her master went to prepare the medicine. In addition, Jun Jushang had followed them all the way. He looked as if he wanted to find Wanyan Qianhua no matter what. So, he more or less knew some things about them. "I've been out for a while. Master still needs to wait for me to bring the things in. I'll tell Master later," Leng Hua said, looking at him with gentle eyes, asking if he had anything else to tell him. "All right then. There are many people here. Right now, you are all famous people. Everyone in the city has their eyes on you. I reckon that if it weren't for my soundproof barrier, many pairs of ears would be listening." As Wanyan Shi-san spoke, he waved his hand and removed the soundproof barrier. He then said, "I'm leaving." He turned around and left first. After seeing him leave, Leng Hua got on the flying ship and brought some things in. Quite a few people who had noticed what had happened began to discuss. Who was that person? Why did he look like a stranger? Chapter 3452. While eating a sour fruit, she listened to Wanyan Shi-san talk about the Feng Manor's matters. Wanyan Qianhua's eyes flashed slightly, and she said with some confusion, "He actually followed us here? What is Geo planning to do? Didn't she say that she would lose him halfway? Hell, what is it? Are you scared now?" Wanyan Shi-san stared at her with a look of schadenfreude, saying, "That is the master of Xiaoyao sect. Do you think that little girl, Feng Jiao, will be able to easily lose him? Now that he's already here, tell me, isn't it just a matter of time before they meet?" As he spoke, he glanced at her slightly bulging belly. It had only been 3 months, and it was already visible. If Jun Jushang saw it, then things would become troublesome. Wanyan Qianhua gently rubbed her belly with one hand while lazily lying on the couch, saying, "As long as I don't run into him before I give birth, nothing will happen. Once I give birth, and he doesn't find out, he won't know that I have a child." As she spoke, she paused and said, "In truth, the main problem lies with Geo. Right now, I don't know what she's planning. Originally, she wanted to hide in the Peach Blossom Cove so that Jun Jushang would not be able to find her, but with the current situation, it was hard to say." Seeing the situation, Wanyan Shi-san said, "That's simple. I'll find some time to go to the Feng Manor and ask Feng Jiao. When we find out, forget it. She will come over in a few days. I'll ask her myself then." As Wan Yin Qianhua spoke, she glanced at Wan Yin San and said, 13th uncle, don't go to the Feng Manor so that he won't run into you. All right. Wan Yin San nodded and did not say anything else. That night, in the Feng Manor, after the banquet, Feng Jiu returned to the main courtyard. After settling everyone else, Leng Hua was about to go to Feng Jiu's place to tell her about the encounter with Wan Yin San today when he ran into his sister. Sister, you haven't gone to rest yet? Leng Hua looked at her. Seeing that she was holding something in her hands, he asked, Are you delivering it to Master? Master drank a lot tonight, but didn't eat much. Coincidentally, I saw that there was some bird's nest stew in the kitchen, so I brought some over for Master. Leng Shuang said, then looked at him and asked, Is there something you need? I have something to discuss with Master. Then let's go together. Leng Shuang said, and walked with him to the backyard. When they arrived in the yard, Feng Jiu had just finished bathing and was sitting in the yard enjoying the cool air. Seeing them come in, her gaze fell on Leng Hua and asked, Is something the matter? Master, today I ran into young Miss Wan Yin's 13th uncle outside the manor. Leng Hua said, and told her what Wan Yin San had said outside. After hearing Leng Hua's words, Feng Jiu smiled. My sister is probably anxious from waiting. That's fine. Tonight's night is pretty good, and they've all drunk some wine and slept. I'll go see them first. Master, drink some bird's nest first. Leng Shuang said, and pushed the bird's nest in front of her. Hearing that it was bird's nest, Feng Jiu asked, Is there any more in the kitchen? Leng Shuang was startled, then said, There is. Then go get some. I'll bring it to my sister for supper. Feng Jiu gestured, then picked up a spoon and ate the bird's nest in front of her. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the red-clothed woman quietly left the residence. Jun Jushang, who had been sitting on the roof, faintly caught a glimpse of that red figure as she walked out. He didn't even think about it, and quietly followed her. Chapter 3453. Feng Jiu walked in the night. However, after a while, she felt that someone was following her. So, she changed her route to the Peach Blossom Cove. She led the person behind her around the city until she successfully shook him off. She stood in the dark and looked at the white figure in the night. She couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Jun Jueshang to follow her. However, how could she let him follow her to see her sister at this time? She watched him walk around the city and head in the opposite direction. Then, she took a deep breath and walked towards the Peach Blossom Cove. Wan Yin Qianhua was lying lazily in the Peach Blossom Cove. She looked at the night sky outside the window. Her hand was on her belly. Her face was soft and gentle. She was in a daze and looking at the night sky. It was easy for her to feel sleepy. Just as she was yawning and feeling sleepy, she heard Feng Jiu's voice from outside. Sister. Her eyebrows twitched when she heard him call her sister. She got up and walked outside. She saw Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red, walking towards her with a smile. Wan Yin Qianhua's beautiful eyes were angry when she saw her. You finally came. Sister, did you miss me? Feng Jiu walked forward with a smile. His eyes fell on her bulging belly. His eyes lit up. Your belly is so big. Sister, it must be hard to be pregnant. Wan Yin Qianhua stroked her belly. Her eyes were soft. Which woman doesn't have a hard time being pregnant? She held Feng Jiu's hand and said, It's cold at night. Let's go inside and talk. Then, she led Feng Jiu inside. Feng Jiu, you're here? Wan Yin San appeared out of nowhere. When he saw Feng Jiu, he smiled and walked forward. You finally came. I brought supper for you. Feng Jiu said. He smiled at him and motioned for him to come in. In the room, the three sat around the table. Feng Jiu took out the bird's nest from the space and said to Wan Yin Qianhua, Sister, you're pregnant. You should eat more bird's nest. It'll be good for the child and you. We have some at home, but we haven't stewed them on the way here. Besides, you have some phoenix guarding here, so you eat whatever you want. Today, Uncle 13 said he was going out to find a cook, but he forgot about the kitchen when he saw you guys coming back. Wan Yin Qianhua said with a smile, glancing at Wan Yin San, who was scooping out the bird's nest. Wan Yin San put a bowl of bird's nest in front of Qianhua and said to Feng Jiu, Originally, I wanted to let the phoenix guards guarding here arrange it. But since you're here, Why don't you find one for me? Okay, I'll send 2 people over later, Feng Jiu said and motioned for them to eat quickly. She held her cheek with one hand and looked at Wang Yin Qianhua. After she finished eating the bird's nest, she smiled and said, Sister, Jun Jueshang followed me all the way back. He found out when I came out just now. He followed me all the way, but I got rid of him. Hearing this, Wang Yin Qianhua moved the bowl of bird's nest to the side. After wiping the corner of her mouth, she looked at Feng Jiu. I was just about to ask you, what are your plans? Why did you let him follow you? What if they bumped into each other here? Now that I'm like this, what if he sees me? Chapter 34:54. He lightly coughed and looked at the 2 of them. He was a little speechless as he said, You 2 women are talking about forcing yourself in front of a man like me. Don't you think it's not too good? Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then why don't you go and rest first? We still have a long chat to go. Seeing this, Wang Yin Shursen nodded. That's good. You 2 haven't seen each other for a long time. Have a good chat. I'm going to sleep first. Saying this, he stood up and waved his hand as he walked out. That night, Feng Jiu and Wang Yin Shursen chatted for the entire night. When the sky gradually brightened, Feng Jiu left the Peach Blossom Cove and went back to the Feng Manor. When she returned to the manor's courtyard, she saw Jun Jushang in white sitting in her courtyard, drinking wine. Seeing this, she lightly smiled and asked, Why did you come to my place to drink wine so early in the morning? Jun Jushang looked at her and asked, You went to see her? Who? Feng Jiu pretended to be ignorant and asked, Aside from Wang Yin Qianhua, who else could it be? Jun Jushang said. He looked at her and asked, She's here, right? Where is she? How long do you plan to hide her? Hearing this, Feng Jiu lightly smiled and said, That's not right. My sister is not someone I can hide from. She walked up to the table and sat down. She smiled and said, It's just that she still doesn't want to see you. Even if you go and see her, it's useless. So, she really is here? Jun Jushang's eyes slightly moved. She lightly replied. Her clear eyes were filled with a smile. You can't find her. Even if you find her, you might not be able to see her. Stay here for now. It's not time yet. Jun Jushang held the wine cup in his hand. His voice carried a trace of anger. She still doesn't want to see me? Who was the one who did something wrong? Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, You're the one who took advantage of my sister. After all, you're really old. She's the only one who likes you. If it was someone else, it might not be the case. Jun Jushang choked. He didn't know what to say. He glanced at her and drank the wine in his cup. I haven't slept all night. I'm going back to my room to rest. Help yourself. She stood up and yawned as she walked into her room. Jun Jushang watched her leave. He calmly withdrew his gaze and sat in the courtyard for a while. Then, he stood up and walked out of the mansion. Where would Feng Jiu hide them? Another month passed, and the Feng Manor had already helped Feng Jiu choose a wedding date. During this time, aside from staying in the manor, she went to Peach Blossom Cove to see her elder sister. During these days in the manor, Yi Jing and the children often accompanied her, so the days didn't seem boring. However, after a month, she began to miss Xianyuan Mose. After choosing a good date, she sent him a message to tell him the date. She just didn't know when he would return. While she was in the courtyard thinking, Jun Jushang and Guan Shilin were playing chess in the garden. Guan Shilin held a chess piece and thought for a long time before placing it down. However, Jun Jushang only glanced at it before placing down another piece. Immediately after, when it was Guan Shilin's turn, he frowned. Chapter 34:55. As he spoke, he paused and asked, Do you have any recommendations? Guan Shilin was thinking about a chess piece when he heard Gu Shijio's words. He asked, A quiet place? There are many in the city. Have you been to all of them? He stared at the chess piece and thought, Which one is best? I've been to all the famous places. The scenery is ordinary, very similar to many towns. As he spoke, his voice was slow and indifferent, as if he was chatting casually. No one could detect any hidden meaning in his words. Guan Shilin was thinking about the chess pieces, so he didn't pay attention to Zhang Heng's words. Instead, he followed Zhang Heng's words and said, There's a place you haven't been to before. The scenery there is amazing, but it's not in this city." As he spoke, he put down a chess piece, then raised his head and smiled. "It's your turn." Jun Jushang glanced at the chessboard, then calmly picked up a chess piece and put it down. He asked, "Oh, there's such a place? Where is it? How come I've never heard of it?" "The Peach Blossom Cove. The scenery there is amazing. Peach blossoms bloom all year round, and the fragrance of the flowers fills the nose. It's Xiao Jio's place. In the past, the peach blossoms only bloomed in March. After Xiao Jio took over, she had people plant peach blossoms everywhere. Therefore, the peach blossoms there all year round. Everyone who comes here will go to the Peach Blossom Cove. It's especially suitable for couples who are in love." When he said this, Guan Shilin couldn't help but be startled. He raised his head and looked at Jun Jushang, who was sitting opposite him. For a moment, the smile on his face was a little embarrassed. That, it's over. He actually accidentally mentioned the Peach Blossom Cove. Wanyan Qianhua lived there. If he went there, then Peach Blossom Cove? Jun Jushang murmured these 3 words. He looked at Guan Shilin and asked, "Where is it?" After seeing Guan Shilin's expression, Jun Jushang stood up indifferently. "It's okay, I'll find it." As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. The people in the residence wouldn't say anything, but outside the residence, as long as he asked someone, he would naturally know where the Peach Blossom Cove was. Seeing Jun Jushang turn and leave, Guan Shilin couldn't help but feel anxious. He was worried that he had caused trouble, so he hurried to Fengjio's courtyard. Xiao Jio. Fengjio was lying on the soft couch, basking in the sun. When he heard his brother's voice, he slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Brother, what is it?" "Xiao Jio, I was playing chess with Jun Jushang just now. Who would have thought that he would ask me a few questions while I was thinking about chess? I was careless and told him about the Peach Blossom Cove. He is now outside. I'm afraid he is going to look for the Peach Blossom Cove." After hearing his brother's words, Fengjio chuckled. "It's okay. My sister's belly is already more than 4 months old. I don't think he would dare to do anything to my sister." As she spoke, she sat up and smiled. "However, I still have to go and take a look. After all, the way these 2 people interact is a little strange. Moreover, I'm also curious. When he sees my sister's bulging belly, how will he react?" Thus, Fengjio followed her out and went to the Peach Blossom Cove. Chapter 3456. When Jun Jushang arrived at the Peach Blossom Cove and saw the words on it, his gaze involuntarily fell on the faintly discernible peach blossom forest. When he arrived here, his heart inexplicably tensed up. Was she in there? Why is she hiding here? How can she hide for so long? As he walked forward, he felt that someone was watching him from the shadows. He only glanced at his surroundings before walking in. The Phoenix Guard in the shadows watched Jun Jushang walk in. When they recalled that their master had sent them a message not to stop him, they retracted their gazes and no longer stared at the person who walked in. The outside of the peach blossom forest was open, but there were some places inside that were not open. Those were private places, and compared to the environment outside, it was more quiet and secluded. Jun Jushang walked forward. He walked through the peach blossom forest, and when he was about to walk forward, he could not help but stop. Under a peach blossom tree in front of him, Wanyan Qianhua, who was dressed in red like the sun, was lying on her side on a soft couch. Her body was covered with a blanket, and her hair was not tied up. Instead, it was casually let loose. Her beautiful face looked very serene and gentle at this moment, because she was sleeping soundly. The surroundings were very quiet. When a gentle breeze blew, the peach blossom petals on the tree fell onto her body, her hair, and her face. The scene of peach blossoms fluttering in the wind, and her sleeping soundly under the peach blossom tree, was so beautiful at this moment that he could not take his eyes off her. He stood quietly and watched. He did not know how much time had passed, until she lazily moved her body and turned over slightly. The blanket covering her body slid to the ground. He looked at the woman who was sleeping with her back facing him. He could not believe that she could sleep so soundly in such a place. When he thought of the fact that the secret guards were watching every corner of this place, his face darkened. In other words, This woman's sleeping appearance was also seen by the secret guards who were hiding in the shadows. When he thought of this, the aura on his body could not help but turn cold. When Wanyan Shur-san, who was walking over, saw the white figure standing in the middle of the peach blossom forest, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the person standing there. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed in his heart, "Junju Shang? How'd he find this place?" His footsteps, which were originally prepared to step forward, could not help but lighten. He retreated step by step, suddenly retreating backwards. Junju Shang, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, whom Qianhua Chang had raped, had come here. What should they do? How would he deal with Qianhua? If he found out that Qianhua was pregnant with his child, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stop. She looked forward and saw that the blanket on Qianhua's body had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, she was sleeping with her back facing Junju Shang. Therefore, Junju Shang couldn't see her bulging belly. However, if he walked forward or if she suddenly turned over and woke up, wouldn't he see it? Chapter 34:57. Wanyan Shur-san was stunned. His eyes were wide open, and he opened his mouth to warn Wanyan Qianhua, who was comfortably lying down and caressing her belly. However, Feng Jiao, who had appeared behind him, reached out and sealed his acupoint, making him unable to speak. Feng Jiao came to Wanyan Shur-san's side and made a gesture to him to keep quiet. Only then did he release his acupoint and look at Junju Shang in front of him with anticipation. Junju Shang, who was originally prepared to walk forward, was stunned once again. He stared at Wanyan Qianhua's slightly bulging belly in disbelief. His face no longer had its usual calm and indifferent expression. There was only shock and disbelief. His entire person seemed to be stupefied, and his mind was blank. In his eyes, there was only Wanyan Qianhua, who was caressing her slightly bulging belly. He was not a young boy. Even if he had never been married, he knew what it meant when a woman's belly grew bigger. But how was this possible? He had only spent one night with her. How could she have gotten pregnant in just one night? At this moment, his breathing became chaotic. Because of this, Wanyan Qianhua, who was originally lying down lazily, immediately sensed the presence of an unfamiliar aura. "Who is it?" she coldly shouted. Her fingers pinched a falling peach blossom petal and threw it towards the source of the aura. At the same time, she jumped up and looked over. However, when she saw who it was, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of panic. "Junju Shang, why is it you?" Wanyan Qianhua didn't expect him to suddenly come here. Jiao clearly said that he couldn't see her, so why did he suddenly come here? And he even knew that she was here? Junju Shang was stunned when he saw her big belly, so he couldn't even dodge the peach blossom petal that she shot at him. That seemingly harmless peach blossom petal, after being injected with spiritual energy, became sharp. Just like that, it quickly cut his sleeve and cut his arm. Scarlet red blood seeped out and dyed his white robe red. However, he didn't seem to feel pain. When he saw Wanyan Qianhua jump up like that, he was so scared that his face turned pale and his heart suddenly jumped. In the blink of an eye, he was by her side. His pale face was clearly ashen as he looked at her. "You're actually pregnant." Seeing him arrive in front of her in an instant, Wanyan Qianhua's heart panicked. She forced herself to calm. "So what if I'm pregnant? It's not yours." "What did you say?" Junju Shang's originally ashen face immediately darkened after hearing her words. His entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. His eyes were firmly fixed on Wanyan Qianhua. He only felt that his perfect self-control was thrown to the back of his head by her light words at this moment. Wanyan Qianhua, who originally wanted to say it again, was terrified when she met his murderous gaze. She took a deep breath and calmed her panicked heart. She moved her gaze away and calmed herself down. At the same time, she calmly stepped back. Who knew that she would accidentally touch the foot of the soft couch? Her body lost balance and fell backwards. "Ah!" She was shocked and cried out in alarm. She instinctively protected her belly. She thought that she would fall down, but who knew that in the next moment, Junju Shang would hug her tightly. Chapter 34:58. Jun Jushang was also frightened when he saw her startled appearance. His heart was in a mess. Even the hand that was holding her trembled slightly. It was said that it was easy for a woman to have a miscarriage in the first few months of pregnancy, and she had to be careful. God knew that when he saw her almost fall down with such a big belly, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He was prepared to scold her, but when he saw her pale face, he couldn't say a word. Feng Jiao and Wanyan Shisan watched them not far away with interest. Looking at the two of them getting along, Wanyan Shisan lowered his voice and asked, "Is this okay? We really don't need to go up? Nothing will happen, right?" Feng Jiao rolled his eyes and said, "Why should we go up? Jun Jushang is here. Are you worried that something will happen to my sister? Don't worry, it's okay. Let them get along. You don't want your grandnephew to be born without a father, do you?" Hearing her words, Wanyan Shisan looked at the two people in front of him with complicated eyes. He was still a little worried. After all, Qianhua had raped Jun Jushang. If he didn't have any feelings for her, even if she was pregnant with his child, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. However, looking at the situation now, it seemed that there was a chance. "Let me go." Wanyan Qianhua came to her senses and said in a cold voice. She struggled to get out of his arms. "Don't move," Jun Jushang shouted in a low voice. He was afraid that it was too fierce and would scare her, so his voice sounded more helpless. He looked at her struggling, thought for a while, and finally let go of her hand. However, when Wanyan Qianhua was about to escape, he reached out and grabbed her hand. "Sit down, let's talk." He grabbed her wrist and let her sit down on the soft couch. At this moment, his face was serious and solemn. Wanyan Qianhua hesitated. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she sat down, but her hands were still subconsciously protecting her abdomen. She stared at him vigilantly and said, "What do you want to talk about? Let me tell you, you were the one who took advantage of me when I forced myself on you that night. Don't even think about bringing that up to me again." The corners of Jun Jushang's mouth twitched when he heard those words. He looked at Wanyan Qianhua, who was forcing himself to remain calm, and asked, "Did I take advantage of you? Weren't you the one who took advantage of this monarch? Let's not talk about how you forced yourself on this monarch, but you actually got pregnant with this monarch's child and then ran away without a trace. If I hadn't come looking for you, were you planning to hide this child from me?" The more he spoke, the more dangerous his tone became. Even his eyes narrowed. He knew very well that if he hadn't tricked Guan Shilin today, she would have hidden the child after giving birth. He wouldn't even know that she was pregnant or even gave birth to a child. Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but darken. "Look carefully, this child is in my belly. This is my child. What does it have to do with you?" Wanyan Qianhua snorted coldly. Although she felt guilty, she didn't want to lose her momentum. Hearing that, Jun Jushang's eyes gradually deepened. He looked at her and asked in a low voice, "Then this monarch wants to ask, how did this child come to be in your belly?" Wanyan Qianhua was stunned when she heard those words. How did it come to be in her belly? Of course, it was because of that night. Chapter 3459. Hearing her scolding and looking at her angry expression, Jun Jushang said calmly, "You know whether I'm a beast or not." Feng Jiao and Wanyan Shisan were stunned. Their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect this. This unlocked Jun Jushang was a man who was cold on the outside, but passionate on the inside. How did the child end up in Wanyan Qianhua's stomach? Was there a need to ask? Which adult man or woman didn't know what was going on? He actually had the face to ask this seriously? It was unbelievable. Wanyan Qianhua took a deep breath and looked at the face in front of her. Finally, she lay down on the soft couch and closed her eyes. "You can go. I don't welcome you here. Don't appear in front of me. We're talking about something," Jun Jushang said and looked at her with her eyes closed. His eyes couldn't help but fall on her stomach. His eyes flashed. For the first time, a strange feeling rose in his heart. There was a child in her stomach. Moreover, the child was his blood. This feeling was really strange. It made him look forward to it. He was happy. He was also at a loss. "Don't stare at my stomach." Wanyan Qianhua was angry. She angrily opened her eyes and glared at him. Even if she closed her eyes, she knew that his eyes had been fixed on her stomach. That feeling made her very uncomfortable. Being shouted at, Jun Jushang looked away awkwardly. He coughed and looked at the peach tree in front of him. He was silent for a while. As if he had thought it over carefully, he looked away from the peach tree and looked at Wanyan Qianhua. "Let's get married." Wanyan Qianhua was stunned when she heard this. She asked, "What did you say?" "Let's get married." He looked at her. When he said this for the second time, he didn't find it difficult to say it the first time. Moreover, after he said it, he felt that it was a good idea. He thought that he would be happy to marry her. After all, she was the only woman who had moved his heart in so many years. Even if he didn't understand his feelings for her, he was very clear about what he wanted at this moment: getting married and giving her and their child a complete family. This was what he wanted. However, he didn't understand a woman's thoughts at all. Because of this, Wanyan Qianhua regained his senses when he heard his words. Then, he flew into a rage. He picked up the fruit on the small table beside him and threw it at him. "Get out! Get out of Peach Blossom Cove! Get out!" Jun Jushang didn't understand why he was so angry. Feng Jiao and Wanyan Shisan, who were hiding not far from them, were also frightened. Feng Jiao came out. He didn't hide anymore. He rushed to her and comforted her. "Sister, you are pregnant. You can't be so angry. You have to take care of the child." Wanyan Qianhua took a deep breath. She tried to calm down. However, she heard Jun Jushang's voice again. "You are pregnant. Don't get angry so easily. It will affect the baby." When Jun Jushang heard Feng Jiao's words, he was also shocked. He hurriedly tried to persuade her. However, who knew that it would be better if he didn't say anything? "Get out! Get out!" Chapter 3460. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wanyan Shisan hurriedly pulled Jun Jushang away. He didn't dare to leave him there and make Wanyan Qianhua angry, although he didn't understand why Jun Jushang suddenly became angry. After Wanyan Shisan pulled Jun Jushang away, Feng Jiao let out a sigh of relief and sat down. "Sister, why are you angry with him? He is a fool. I guess he doesn't even know why you are angry." After seeing them leave and hearing Feng Jiao's words, Wanyan Qianhua gradually calmed down. Because she was pregnant, her temper became easily irritable. Therefore, after hearing Jun Jushang's words, she couldn't suppress her anger. In particular, she also knew that she couldn't get angry so easily when she was pregnant. However, she couldn't help it. "Why did he come here?" Wanyan Qianhua looked at Feng Jiao and asked. After thinking carefully, she shouldn't have told Jun Jushang that she was here at this time. Hearing this, Feng Jiao sighed helplessly. "Since he knew that I came to see you, he secretly searched everywhere in the city. However, he didn't find any news about you. So, he thought of my brother. I was in the courtyard. I heard my brother hurriedly ran to me and told me that Jun Jushang took the opportunity to trick him when he was playing chess with him. He accidentally told him that the Peach Blossom Dock was my place and the scenery was first class. Therefore, he found this place. After I heard about it, I hurriedly rushed over." Listening to her words, Wanyan Qianhua's face became darker. "You are actually playing tricks. You are really promising. He is not an ordinary person. You can't hide the fact that you are here from him for long. You will meet sooner or later. So, I thought that since he knows, I will let you meet. Who knew that he would say that he wants to marry you?" Speaking of this, Feng Jiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. For a woman, especially a woman as proud as his sister, it was absolutely impossible for her to marry him because she was pregnant with his child. Jun Jushang said that he wanted to marry her at this time. Anyone would think that he wanted to marry her because she was pregnant with his child. An ordinary woman would have been overjoyed to hear that the patriarch of the Xiao Yao school wanted to marry her. However, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao school was her elder sister, Wanyan Qianhua. Jun Jushang's words were a humiliation to her. It would have been strange if she didn't fly into a rage. "He wants to take my child away," said with an ugly face Shangzi's eyes. She couldn't help but reach her hands to her belly. She touched her belly, and her eyes became firm. "This child is my child, my. He wants to take him away from me." Hearing this, Feng Jiao was startled. Then, he smiled and said, "Sister, you misunderstood. He doesn't want to take your child away from you. For a person like Jun Shang, it was absolutely impossible for him to marry a woman for a child. He said that to her sister because the woman who was pregnant with his child was her, Wanyan Xinhua. However, Wanyan Xinhua didn't listen to Fengjiu at this time. She felt a little insecure. She felt that if Jun Shang wanted to take her child away from her, she might not be able to beat him. Therefore, she thought for a while and looked at Fengjiu. She asked worriedly, "Jiu, do you think I should take this opportunity to run away and hide? I am really worried that he will take my child away." Chapter 3461. Fengjiu and Wanyan Xianhua were talking. On the other side, Jun Shang, who had been pulled outside by Wanyan San, was a little startled. He glanced at Wanyan San beside him and asked, "Did I say something wrong just now?" Wanyan San couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when he thought that his niece had raped him, and now he was facing Jun Shang. After hearing his words, he quickly said, "I don't know, but looking at Xianhua, you must have said something that angered him." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw him standing under the peach tree in a daze. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Wanyan San wanted to leave first. After all, standing next to him made him feel inexplicably guilty. However, just as he took a step away, he heard Jun Shang's voice. "Did you bring her back here?" Jun Shang suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Wanyan San. Seeing that he couldn't leave, Wanyan San smiled. Yes. At that time, because she said that she wanted to come back here, she asked me to accompany her. At the same time, I also went back to the Wanyan clan to take a look. But isn't Fengjiu coming back to get married? So we also came here. Then he quickly said, "But I didn't know that she was pregnant with your child." Jun Shang didn't speak. He just looked back for a long time. Then he said, "You go and see her. Don't let her have any miscarriage. Ask Fengjiu to give her some medicine to prevent miscarriage." "Okay, then do as you wish." As Wanyan San spoke, he slipped away and went back. Although he was used to being unrestrained and unrestrained, he still felt pressure when facing Jun Shang, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, he had taken his niece away. If he was held responsible, he wouldn't be able to say anything even if he had 10 mouths. Back inside, Wanyan San looked back and said to Fengjiu that Jun Shang doesn't seem to want to leave. "What should we do? Are we really going to let him stay?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Wanyan Xinhua. Fengjiu smiled, his eyes flashing with the light of watching a good show. He said, "I just told Big Sis to let him stay. Anyway, my sister doesn't have anyone to order around, so why not just treat him as her subordinate? I think he would be happy to do so. I don't want to see him again today. I'm going back to my room to rest." Wanyan Xinhua said as he got up and walked toward the courtyard. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said something to Wanyan San. Then he walked towards Jun Shang, who was standing under the tree, and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" "Marry her and give her child a complete family," Jun Shang said and looked at Fengjiu. "Aren't you going to get married soon? You already picked a date. Why don't we get married together?" Uft. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. "My sister agreed to marry you? This person is really confident. Is he sure that his sister won't marry anyone else but him?" When Jun Shang heard this, his face sank. "If she doesn't marry me, who else does she want to marry? That's hard to say. My sister is such an outstanding person. She won't marry you just because she's pregnant with your child. She's not the kind of woman who cares about what the world thinks of her. Tricks that work on ordinary women are all useless on her." Chapter 3462. "Why?" he asked, puzzled. Wanyan Xinhua had been his for a long time, and she was pregnant with his child. Furthermore, he knew that she liked him. Since that was the case, why didn't she agree when he said that he wanted to marry her? Why didn't she want to marry him when he wanted to marry her? Fengjiu looked at the man who was tilting his head and looking at her with a puzzled expression. Hearing his strange words, she sighed softly in her heart. He was yet another person who didn't know anything about relationships. "You'll have to figure this out yourself. Some things can only be understood, but not expressed in words." She waved her hand and said, "Since you already know about my sister's pregnancy, then I'll tell you some things to take note of. You have to be more careful. and don't make her angry at the slightest thing. She glanced at him and said, "A woman's temper is not very good when she's pregnant, but it's easy to affect the fetus if you lose your temper and get angry, so you have to take note of everything." Junju Shang listened attentively. He stood with his hands behind his back, listening to Fengjiu's words. Only after she had told him some things to take note of did she leave. Looking at her leaving figure, he thought for a moment and walked back. He wanted to see what that woman was doing. Fengjiu stepped down from the Peach Blossom Cove and walked leisurely towards the city. Her sister had Wanyan Shan and the kitchen maid to take care of her. Now that Junju Shang was there, she didn't have to worry. But now, as the days passed, the day of her wedding was getting closer and closer, but Xin Yuan Mose still hadn't returned. She wondered where he was now. As she walked, she thought about things. Suddenly, her footsteps paused. She raised her eyes and looked in a certain direction, only to see that the mountain path in the forest was quiet and secluded. She didn't see anyone else. "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" Fengjiu asked. Her gaze fell on a certain direction until she saw a figure walk out from behind a tree. A trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. "It's you?" Fengjiu looked at the person in surprise. It was Yi Shiran, whom she hadn't seen for a few years. "TSK, you still remember me?" Yi Shiran crossed his arms over his chest. Seeing that he had been discovered, he stopped hiding and strode toward her, his complicated gaze landing on her. He hadn't seen her for a few years, and he didn't expect her to grow to such a powerful level. Back then, he wasn't her opponent, and now he had to look up to her. Indeed, only that man had the qualifications to stand by her side. Looking at the person in front of her, Fengjiu smiled. After a few years, she knew that this person didn't have any ill intentions toward her. At least, he wasn't her enemy. What's more, she no longer cared about the small matters of the past. Naturally, her smile became more sincere. "Since you're here, then stay for the wedding banquet." Ishiran fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why didn't he come back with you? How have you been these past few years?" "Mose? He still has some things to do, so he'll be here later." Fengjiu smiled and said, "I've been living quite well these past few years. I'm just about to go back home. Let's go. I'll introduce you to someone in the residence." Ishiran hesitated for a moment before following her into the city. The two walked leisurely as if they were taking a leisurely stroll, occasionally chatting. Chapter 3463. "I'll probably stay here for a while." Fengjiu smiled. "Oh right, you might not know this, but I'm already the lord of this world. I even connected the upper and lower realms with Immortal Path. If you're interested in the future, you can also go to the upper realms to take a look and gain experience." Ishiran was taken aback. He lost his composure and exclaimed, "What did you say? You've become the lord of the lower realms? When did this happen?" "Some time ago, I think. When we returned," she said nonchalantly. "Now that I'm a divine king, I naturally have the ability to dominate this world. The four guardians of Heaven's Corner have already submitted to me." As she walked, she plucked a leaf from the roadside and played with it. "Back then, we still used the immortal ascension stairs to go to the upper realms, but we don't need to anymore. However, the news hasn't spread, so not many people know about it." Ishiran listened in a daze, completely at a loss for words. He knew she had become much stronger, but he didn't expect her strength to be so inconceivably strong. What kind of existence was a god king? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Swish! Suddenly, a cold arrow shot toward them. Ishiran was so stunned that he forgot to react. Fengjiu heard the faint sound and raised a brow. He glanced over and waved his hand. A gust of air rushed out and repelled the cold arrow. As the cold arrow shot back, a muffled groan faintly came from the darkness. The smell of blood permeated the mountain path. The next moment, several dozen black figures darted out and surrounded the two. "Where did you get into trouble?" Fengjiu glanced sideways at Ishiran. Then his clear eyes swept over those people. Ishiran returned to his senses and glanced at the black-clothed men. His expression darkened. Truly persistent. The next moment, his figure shot out, and a cold light streaked toward the black-clothed men. "No matter what, you're an old friend of mine. An old friend that I haven't seen for a long time has been ambushed. Moreover, it's in my territory. If I were to just stand there and watch, it wouldn't be right." Feng Jiu chuckled and plucked the leaves from the branches in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the leaves shot towards the black-clothed men. The leaves, which contained hidden energy, turned into hidden weapons. Each leaf carried a sharp and austere aura. Wherever the leaves passed, the black-clothed men also fell down with miserable screams. Some of the black-clothed men tried to block it, but they were unable to block the small leaf. The smell of blood filled the mountain path. As more and more corpses appeared on the ground, the black-clothed men were shocked. They looked at the red-clothed Feng Jiu in shock. However, before they could recover their wits and flee, they fell to the ground with wide eyes. Ishiran turned around and looked at Feng Jiu. When he saw her smiling at him, his gaze couldn't help but flicker. He wiped his sword clean and put it away. "Do you need help?" Feng Jiu asked. "No need. I can handle it myself." As Ishiran spoke, he glanced at the corpses on the ground and decided that he would uproot this faction when he returned. Chapter 3464. Inside the Feng Manor, Guan Shilin was blaming himself for spilling the beans. He waited in the manor for a long time without seeing Feng Jiu return. Just as he was about to return to his own manor, he saw two people walk in. "Xiao Jiu, you're finally back. How was it? Did he really go to Peach Blossom Cove?" Guan Shilin asked. Just as he finished speaking, he saw someone following him. Focusing his eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. "It's you?" Ishiran nodded slightly, which could be considered greeting. In truth, he knew most of the people at Feng Jiu's side. "Brother, don't worry, it's fine." She smiled and asked, "You've been waiting here the entire time?" I was worried that if the two of them met, something might happen." "I was worried, so I didn't go home yet," Guan Shilin said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu said, "Then you go and take a look first. Although our two residences are close, sister-in-law is at home with the child. You can't stay here all day. I originally wanted to go back and take a look, but since you said it's fine, I'll go back first and come back later." Saying this, he nodded at Ishiran and left first. "Master." Leng Hua walked over from nearby. After bowing to Feng Jiu, his gaze landed on Ishiran and he warmly smiled. "Young master, Ishiran looked over and saw that Leng Hua's cultivation level was above his. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "How did your strength increase so quickly?" Leng Hua warmly smiled and said, "Because my master is the ghost doctor." It was a simple sentence, but it carried a boundless meaning. Because his master was the ghost doctor, his strength increased so quickly. Because his master was the ghost doctor, the pride in his tone and expression naturally flowed out. Hearing this, a complicated look flashed through Ishiran's eyes. That's right, they were Feng Jiu's people. So how could they be ordinary? "Leng Hua, go and have the kitchen prepare a few dishes and send them to the garden. I'll treat him to a drink," Feng Jiu said, motioning for him to leave. "Yes, sir," Leng Hua replied. He bowed slightly and left. She led Ishiran to the garden. Not long after they sat down, Dufan walked in with a few people. When he saw Feng Jiu in the garden pavilion, Dufan smiled and called out, "Mistress, Sir Gu is here." Feng Jiu was stunned. He looked up and saw Gu Xiangyi standing beside Dufan. When she saw him, she smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Have you taken care of everything in the family?" Gu Xiangyi walked forward and bowed to her before saying, "Everything in the family has been taken care of. My father is in charge of some matters. I knew you were preparing for the wedding, so I thought I'd come over to see if there was anything I could help with." "It's good that you're here," Feng Jiu said with a smile. "Sit. This is Ishiran. He's also here to attend the wedding." After the two got to know each other, they sat down and chatted. Dufan retreated. Not long after, a servant girl came up with food and wine. When evening came, Feng Jiu saw that the two were a little drunk, so he had someone take them away to rest. When she returned to the courtyard, she asked someone to prepare a bath for her. She leaned lazily against the bathtub and closed her eyes. When she heard the sound of the door being pushed open, she said, "Leng Shuang, the water is a little cold. Bring in some hot water." Chapter 3465. She saw Xianyuan Mose, dressed in a black robe, slowly walk over. As he walked, he untied his belt, which made her a little stunned. Xianyuan Mose took off his robes and stepped into the large bathtub naked. He sat down in front of her and reached out to flick the water. The water droplets splashed onto her face, and his low, magnetic laughter traveled into her ears. "It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so stunned?" His low voice carried a happy smile. It was clear that her expression pleased him. She saw that his palms were filled with spiritual energy. In the next moment, the water that was gradually cooling became warm again. Traces of steam rose from the water and filled the space between the two. Fengjiu recovered, and a smile appeared on her face. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I was still thinking today and didn't know when you would come back." As she said this, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. She was naked from head to toe. Being held in his arms like this, the feeling of their skin touching made her feel that the temperature of the bathtub seemed to be hotter than before. Although she was a little shy in her heart, she did not struggle or wriggle. She just quietly leaned in his arms and let him hold her. "I wanted to give you a surprise when I came back, so I didn't tell you." As Xianyuan Mose spoke, his hands under the water gently caressed her waist. "I've already asked my father's side to prepare, and I've also instructed people to decorate the manor. I heard them say that we can't meet before the wedding, so I thought of secretly coming over to see you before leaving. You don't plan on staying here for a few more days?" Fengjiu was slightly surprised. "Aren't you tired from running back and forth?" Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's lips slightly hooked. "You don't want me to leave?" As he spoke, his hands moved up her waist. "Don't mess around. I'm talking to you about serious matters." Fengjiu glared at him with a red face and pulled his mischievous hands down. Xianyuan Mose gave a low laugh. "I came back to accompany you for a few days this time. Then I have to leave. I have to go back and prepare for the wedding. I can't leave everything to the servants." As he spoke, he handed her the towel beside the bathtub. "Help me wipe my back." Fengjiu took it and then moved from his embrace to his back. Xianyuan Mose leaned against the bathtub and said, "You can stay here for a while. I'll come pick you up when the time comes." Fengjiu helped him scrub his back as she said, "I reckon that when we get married, there will be a lot of people who will come to congratulate us." When I entered the residence, I saw Gu Xiangyi and Ishiran also come, Xianyuan Mose said with narrowed eyes. And then, Gu Xiangyi happened to find out that his family was in trouble when we came back, so I helped him out in passing. After he took care of his family's matters, he came over to see if there was anything he needed help with. As for Ishiran, I just saw him today. The two chatted idly until the water gradually cooled. Xianyuan Mose turned around and stood up. He said to Fengjiu, "The water's cold, don't soak anymore." As he spoke, he stepped out of the bathtub and used a large towel to wipe the water off his body. Then he scooped Fengjiu out of the bathtub and wrapped her in a large towel before walking to the bed. Chapter 3466. Their warm lips pressed against each other, and the passionate kiss made her a little breathless. However, just as she was about to push him away, he had already laid down beside her. At the same time, he reached out to pull up the blanket to cover her. With a pair of large hands, she rolled into his embrace. "Agio, I'm really looking forward to the day of our wedding." Hearing his words, Fengjiu's heart was burning with passion. She reached out to wrap her arms around his waist and said with a smile, "You've waited for so many years. Now that the day of our wedding is right in front of us, you're in such a hurry." "I'm in a hurry to make you my woman," he said in a low voice. Because he had rushed all the way back, he was a little sleepy. Now that he was holding her in his arms, he gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Feeling his breathing slow, as if he had fallen asleep, Fengjiu raised her head slightly to take a look, then quietly nestled in his arms. The next day, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu went to see the elders of the Feng family together to discuss the marriage. Then the two slowly walked in the garden, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Leng Hua walked over from the path. When he saw the two of them, he bowed and said, "Master, Ning Lang and the others have arrived. They're currently going to the front yard to see the old master and the others." It seems that they've also received the news. Feng Jiu chuckled and walked into the pavilion with Xin Yuan Mose while saying to Leng Hua, "Let them come over later. Speaking of which, I haven't seen them for many years." "Yes," Leng Hua responded and then retreated. "How, or hasn't been running around in front of you recently?" Xin Yuan Mose asked. After the maidservant served tea and pastries, he poured a cup of tea for Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu picked up a piece of pastry and ate it. He smiled and said, "Ever since I came back, Howard has been called by my father and the others. In name, they're giving him pointers on cultivation and martial arts. In reality, there are also children as young as him in the family. Now that they see him, they all like him very much. Moreover, my brother often brings his son over to accompany Howard. Throughout the day, I probably only see him when we eat." The two of them chatted, drank tea, and ate pastries. Not long after, they heard footsteps approaching. Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mose looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few men in luxurious clothes with extraordinary bearing walking over while chatting and laughing. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at them, then looked away indifferently. He picked up the teapot and poured some hot tea for Feng Jiu. He also knew those people. He didn't expect them to become more mature after so many years. Feng Jiu also sized them up. Compared to their youthful appearances a few years ago, they were more mature now. Moreover, each of them had a more outstanding bearing. Well, they came from extraordinary backgrounds and had high standards. After a few years, it was normal for them to become more outstanding. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for a few years. It seems that all of you are doing well." Song Ming, Ning Lang, and the others looked at Feng Jiu. They saw that she was still dressed in red and dazzling. She sat there lazily and casually, but exuded an extraordinary noble aura. They couldn't help but be moved. When he had first met her, she was full of mischievous and cunning aura. Now, as time passed, the mischievous and cunning aura on her body had been restrained. What replaced it was only elegance and indifference. Chapter 3467. However, although her aura had changed, her appearance was still as dazzling and captivating as ever. Looking at this woman who was both a teacher and a friend to them, they adjusted their expressions and stepped forward to cup their hands in greeting. "Greetings, Yama Lord Ghost Doctor." With Xin Yuan Mo's and Feng Jiu's current stature, they were too insignificant. As they grew up, they naturally couldn't call Feng Jiu by her name like they used to. It was a little offensive. Although they still preferred to call her Feng Jiu, they felt a little helpless because of the warnings from their elders before they left. Hearing how they addressed her, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "You guys are becoming distant with me. You used to call me by my name. What's wrong? What are you doing with your hands and feet tied?" Hearing her words, they blushed and couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, Song Ming stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's not that we want to be distant with you, but when we left, the elders in our families told us to control our temper and not be too impudent in front of you. Furthermore, when we came over, we heard from Leng Hua that you're already the ruler of this world. This made us even more afraid to call you by your name." Hearing this, Feng Jiu laughed softly. "I didn't think that there would be a day when you guys wouldn't dare." Looking at their expressions, she seemed to be very happy. "All right, it's not like I don't know what kind of people you are. There's no need to put on an act in front of me. Just do what's comfortable. There's no need for so many rules." When they heard this, their faces broke into smiles. "We're relieved to hear that. Feng Jiu, you're too much. You and the Yama Lord are getting married, and you didn't even send us an invitation. You didn't even inform us. If we hadn't heard the news, we wouldn't have known that you were back." Luo Fei said, "There were a lot of things to do this time, so I didn't send out the invitations. Moreover, I also know that once the news spreads, you will also come. It's the same whether I have an invitation or not." She chuckled and said to Leng Hua, "Set up a small table in this garden and invite Gu Xiangyi and the others over for a gathering." "Okay," Leng Hua responded, then turned around and left. "Feng Jiu, how long do you plan to stay here this time? Are you going to settle down here or go back to the upper realm?" Ning Lang asked as his eyes fell on Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu. Their strength had increased rapidly over the years, but they had not expected that when they saw them again, they were actually god kings. Such heaven-defying existences were actually right in front of them. Feng Jiu ate a pastry and said casually, "It's hard to say. Maybe we'll stay a little longer, or maybe we'll go back to live there. However, Leng Hua probably hasn't told you yet, right? There's an immortal path between the upper realm and the lower realm. When the time comes, if you want to go, you can also go to the upper realm to take a look." Hearing this, they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Song Ming asked, "You mean no matter what cultivation level we have, we can also go to the upper realm?" "Yes, that's right." Chapter 3468. Xin Yuan Mose didn't really like pastries, but when she handed it to him, he opened his mouth and ate it. After eating the pastry, he took a sip of tea. The taste is all right. It's not very sweet." In his heart, he thought that since she liked it, he would have the servants at his residence make more pastries that she liked. Song Ming and the others watched the two people feeding each other in the pavilion and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "We're still standing here, all right? They're actually flaunting their affection right in front of us." For a moment, they couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. This made them feel a little awkward. Feng Jiu glanced at them from the corner of his eye, then chuckled. "Do you guys want to try it too?" As he spoke, he picked up a pastry and suddenly attacked Song Ming. Song Ming was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly reacted and reached out to catch it. He deflected the force of the attack with his palm, preventing the pastry from breaking into pieces and lying in his palm. However, when Song Ming caught the pastry, Feng Jiu threw another 3 pieces at Ning Lang and the other 2. Seeing that they all caught the pastries, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Open your hands for me to see." Song Ming opened his hands and said with a smile, "If you want to test our skills, you should at least give us a warning." This sudden attack really gave me a fright. His pastry was intact and didn't break, because Luo Fei, Ning Lang, and the others were half a beat slower. They crushed a corner of the pastry in their hands. At this moment, they saw Feng Jiu's gaze and couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. I accidentally used too much strength." At this moment, Leng Hua had people bring small wine tables over and place them in the garden. Gu Xiangyi and Yixiran also walked over. Everyone gathered in the garden and looked at each other before introducing themselves. Feng Jiu took out some wine from the space to entertain them. As they drank the wine on the table, they gradually loosened their restraints on the other side. The white-clothed Mo Chan stood before her master at the peak of Celestial Mountain. She gave a simple report of what had happened in the past few years to her master. After a long time, she did not hear her master speak, so she raised her head to look. Tianji listened to Mo Chen's words and did not speak for a long time. When he saw Tianji looking at him, he could not help but sigh softly. "So, in these 5 years, you have been cultivating in the sacred tower and have not been able to sever your feelings." Mo Chan didn't expect his master to say this right away. He paused for a moment, then pursed his lips and lowered his head. He didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. The air seemed to have quieted down. Outside, snowflakes drifted down and the cold wind whistled, breaking the silence of that moment. Tianji sighed softly. "Silly child." He shook his head and stood up. With his hands behind his back, he walked slowly and looked at the vast expanse of whiteness outside. After a long while, he said, "So, Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mose are preparing to get married?" "Yes, they are preparing to go back and get married. This disciple wants to attend their wedding banquet, so I came back to see Master before I left. I also wanted to tell Master about what had happened in the past few years." Chapter 3469. Hearing this, Tianji sighed and said, forget it. Go." As he spoke, he turned around and slowly walked away, leaving Mo Chun standing alone at the peak, watching the snowflakes fall from the sky. After a long time, he raised his hand to brush off the snowflakes on his body and walked down the mountain step by step, Phoenix Dynasty, Feng Manor. After staying in Feng Manor for a few days, Xin Yuan Mose bid farewell to the elders in the manor and prepared to leave. Feng Jiu sent him out of the city. Along the way, their fingers were interlocked and they did not speak. Only when they reached the city gates did they stop. "Go back. Wait for me to marry you." As Xin Yuan Mose spoke, he reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, feeling a trace of reluctance in his heart. Fengjiu looked at him and reached out to hold his hand, gently saying, "Be careful on the road. I'll wait for you." Xian Yuan Mose made a sound of agreement and looked at her deeply. Then he turned to look at Hao and reminded him, "Be good." "Yes, father." Hao responded and looked up at him. "Ghost Doctor will be leaving first." Hui Lang and Ying Yi bowed to her with smiles on their faces. After waiting for so many years, their master could finally marry the Ghost Doctor. Thinking that perhaps in another year or two they would have a little master, they felt even more joyful. There was even a faint trace of anticipation. They really wanted to see who the child born from their master and Dr. Ghost would look like. "Go." Fengjiu nodded slightly and smiled. Hui Lang and Ying Yi cupped their hands to Lung Hua and Lung Shuang, who was holding Hao Er's hand, then quickly followed their master and left. After watching them leave in the flying ship, Fengjiu looked at Hao and smiled. "Since we're all out, Mother will bring you to Peach Blossom Cove. You haven't been there to play yet." Hao Er's eyes lit up. "Is it where Aunt Xianhua lives?" "And it's there." Fengjiu reached out and pinched his cheeks. She picked him up and threw Fei Yu to sit down with Hao. Lung Hua and Lung Shuang rode on their swords and followed beside her, heading to Peach Blossom Cove. In the Peach Blossom Cove, Jun Jueshang was looking at Wanyin Qianhua, who was swinging on the swing with a dark face. He was guarding by her side, his heart jumping up and down as she swung. He was afraid that she would accidentally fly out. Wanyin Qianhua acted as if she didn't see him. She grabbed the rope of the swing with both hands and swung. She had been pregnant for a few months, and the fetus had stabilized. She knew that there wouldn't be any accidents when swinging. After all, in her opinion, swinging was not a big deal. But when she saw Jun Jueshang standing by her side, she was speechless. Every time she swung forward, his gaze would follow closely. Every time she swung, his gaze would follow closely. Being stared at by him like that, even when she swung on the swing, she felt uncomfortable. "Have you seen enough? What do you want to do by following me all day?" Wanyin Qianhua's temper rose again. She stopped and stared at Jun Jueshang angrily. Chapter 3470. Wanyin Qianhua sat on the swing and sneered. "How would I dare to trouble the Xiao Yao sex patriarch to accompany me? You're a high and mighty person. You're not in the same world as me. You'd better stay away from me." Jun Jueshang glanced at her when he heard her strange words and said, "You were the one who provoked me first. You raped me, and you're pregnant with my child. Now you want to kick me away?" Wanyin Qianhua choked. Her beautiful eyes glared at him angrily. "What do you mean by provoke you first? Who was the one who saved me? If you hadn't saved me, would I have pestered you?" She snorted and said, "Besides, you're the one who took advantage of her. I've never heard of a man being taken advantage of. As for the child, it has nothing to do with you. I've already said it 800 times. The child is mine." Jun Jueshang looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect such sophistry to come out of her mouth. It was really surprising. Could it be that all women were so unreasonable when they wanted to act shamelessly? He knew he couldn't get through to her, so he didn't bicker with her. He just walked forward and asked, "Do you want to walk back with me? Or do you want me to carry you back?" Looking at him walking over step by step, Wanyin Qianhua thought of some of the tough methods he had used these days. She immediately stood up and said, "It's not like I don't have legs." As she spoke, she brushed her dress and walked back. Jun Jueshang saw her go back, and he followed her at a moderate pace. The two of them walked, and they could faintly hear Wanyin Qianhua's disdainful voice. Wanyin Shi-san was lying on a peach tree and drinking wine. He glanced at the direction the two of them left, and couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, "They're really two enemies." Since Jun Jueshang had come, he hadn't been of any use. He had nothing to do all day. However, the two of them were quite interesting. They wouldn't stop fighting if they didn't quarrel for a day. Of course, he could see that Jun Jueshang had been giving way to his niece, Qianhua. Jun Jueshang's good temper had surprised him. However, he didn't know when these two people would stop. He tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of wine, then closed his eyes and fell asleep on the tree. He thought that it would be good to find time to take a stroll around Fengjiu's residence. At this moment, Fengjiu, who had already arrived at the Peach Blossom Cove, said to Howard, "Look, this is the Peach Blossom Cove. Is it nice?" As she spoke, she put away Flying Feather, and the two landed steadily. Looking at the peach blossom forest before him, Howard's eyes lit up. "Mother, do the peach trees here bear peaches?" "And they do. The peach blossoms here come in batches. Some are blooming and some are bearing fruit. There are flowers and fruits all year round." She chuckled and gestured. "Go and play by yourself. Just don't leave the Peach Blossom Cove." And Howard replied, then turned to look at Lung Shuang. "Aunt Shuang, can you come with me?" "Go." Fengjiu gestured for Lung Shuang to accompany him. Thus, the two of them walked towards the Peach Blossom Forest. After seeing them enter the Peach Blossom Forest, Fengjiu brought Lung Hua to find Jun Jushang and Wanyan Qianhua. Behind them, Yixiran, Gu Xiangyi, and Du Fan were also heading towards the Peach Blossom Cove. Chapter 3471. This is nourishing. It's suitable for you. Jun Jueshang scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "If this is nourishing, what is this for?" Wanyan Qianhua pointed at another bowl of soup and asked angrily. Jun Jueshang glanced at it and said, "It's for the baby." "What about this?" She pointed at another bowl and asked. "It's for the heart and lungs." Her temper was not very good recently. Her heart was too hot. That was why he asked people to make these soups. Anyway, they were suitable for pregnant women. Hearing these words, Wanyan Qianhua was so angry that she could not speak. She took a deep breath and stood up. She turned around and went into the room. She locked the door. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, Jun Jueshang frowned. He stared at the soup on the table for a while and finally said, "You have to drink at least one." "No, take it away. If you want to drink it yourself." Wanyan Qianhua's voice came from the room. Fengjiu walked in and heard this. He could not help but chuckle. "What's wrong now?" She glanced at the things on the table and raised her eyebrows. She walked forward and opened them to smell. Then she looked at Jun Jueshang. "Are all these things for my sister? She only had a bowl of soup this morning." Jun Jueshang said. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "I haven't eaten anything since I came out of the house. Well, I could drink some of the other soup except for the one for the baby." While speaking, she had already scooped a bowl of soup for herself. She shouted to Wanyan Qianhua in the room, "Sister, come out and eat with me." Wanyan Qianhua in the room heard that Fengjiu had come. She was about to come out. However, thinking that Jun Jueshang was still there, she did not move. Now that she heard Fengjiu calling her out to drink soup with her, she thought for a while and opened the door and walked out. "You little girl, why didn't you eat at home? Why did you come here? What's so good about this soup?" Wanyan Qianhua said with a look of disdain. She said to Lung Hua, "Go to the kitchen and ask someone to cook 2 dishes. Bring 2 bowls of rice here. Your master can't eat enough soup alone." Lung Hua smiled and nodded. Fengjiu, seeing that it was her, Wanyan Qianhua didn't say anything. He took the bowl and drank half of it. Who knew that as soon as he finished, another bowl of soup was pushed over. This. As Junju Shang spoke, he pushed the bowl of soup in front of her. However, he saw that her face immediately darkened. Fengjiu saw it and could not help laughing. She did not ask her to drink the soup. Instead, she said, "Sister, give me your hand. I'll check your pulse and see how the baby is." Wanyan Qianhua suppressed her anger when she heard Fengjiu's words. She held out her hand and said worriedly, "Take a look. I feel that my temper is not very good these days. Will it affect the baby?" Fengjiu checked her pulse. She took her hand back and said with a smile, "Your pulse is very stable. Don't worry, but you should try to keep your mood relaxed. The baby can feel your happy mood." She looked at Jun Jueshang and asked, "How are your skills?" Jun Jueshang did not know what she meant. He looked at her and said, "Not bad." Chapter 3472. Hearing this, Jun Jueshang was slightly startled. He looked at Wanyan Qianhua and glanced at her abdomen. He nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Wanyan Qianhua ignored him. She looked at Fengjiu and asked, "There's only about a month left until you and Mose get married. Why do you keep coming here? Don't you need help with the matters in the residence? Feng Jiu smiled and said, My parents are taking care of those matters. I don't need to do anything. As for the wedding dress and the like, Mo's told me that he'll prepare it. After a while, he'll send someone to deliver it to me. So right now, I can be said to be the most idle person here. Once the news of your marriage spreads, it can be said that it has caused a sensation in both the upper world and the lower world. I'm worried that someone will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Wanyan Qianhua said. She was worried about their wedding. Forget about the people in the lower world. But in the upper world, as well as the hidden enemies, would they take advantage of their wedding to cause trouble? Feng Jiu shook his head and said, No, I don't think they have the guts. They had also discussed this matter. However, in the end, they felt that their enemies would not dare to use their wedding as an excuse to cause trouble. Not to mention the fact that they were god kings, the people who would come to congratulate them would be experts from all over the world. Those people would have to be tired of living to cause a ruckus at such an occasion. The two of them chatted while drinking soup. Junju Shang sat quietly to the side. From time to time, he would add soup for Wanyan Qianhua when she was talking to Feng Jiu and not paying attention. This continued until Leng Hua personally brought the dishes over. With Feng Jiu accompanying her, Wanyan Qianhua ate half a bowl of rice. In the peach blossom forest, Howard wandered around and met Wanyan Shisan, who was a little tipsy. Leng Shuang? And this kid? Why are you here? Wanyan Shisan narrowed his eyes, burped, and asked, Feng Jiu is here too? Seeing that he was slightly drunk and his body was swaying, Leng Shuang took half a step back and said, Master's in the front courtyard. Oh, Wanyan Shisan replied. He looked at the two of them and asked, You're not going? We're going to pick peaches, Hao Er said. He looked at him and said, You're drunk. As he spoke, he pulled Leng Shuang back a little because he didn't like the smell of alcohol on him. Wanyan Shisan grinned and laughed. Drunk? How can I get drunk so easily? He reached out to touch Hao Er's head, but Hao Er stepped back and tripped over a rock. He lost his balance and fell back with Leng Shuang. Be careful, Leng Shuang said. He moved and reached out to support him. Unexpectedly, Wanyan Shisan saw him fall back and also reached out to support him. At this time, the two of them came together unexpectedly and almost collided. Leng Shuang instinctively moved back to avoid them, but because he was pulled by Hao Er, he also fell to the ground. Wanyan Shisan instinctively wanted to avoid it. However, he, who was slightly drunk, inadvertently glanced at Leng Shuang and saw that there was a sharp stone as big as a fist on the ground behind her. If he let her fall, she would be hurt. At that moment, he, who was about to retreat, leaned forward and reached out to hold her waist. He pulled her up together with Hao Er, who was about to fall. Chapter 3473. However, at this moment, Wanyan Shisan let go of his hand and took a step back. He burped and staggered backward, waving his hand. Be careful, don't fall. There's stones on the ground. I'm going back to sleep. As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, he saw Du Fan and the others standing not far away. He grinned and said, Why are you all here? There are so many unfamiliar faces. Du Fan, Gu Xiangyi, and the others had seen the scene just now. When they saw that the two people's expressions were normal, they suppressed their surprise and walked forward. Du Fan smiled and said, They have nothing to do, so I accompanied them to the Peach Blossom Cove for a walk. Leng Shuang was about to leave with Hao Er, but when he saw them, he also walked forward. Do you need me to accompany you? Wanyan Shisan asked with a smile. There was a hint of drunkenness on his face. His body swayed slightly as he said, I've lived here for a long time and I'm familiar with this place. If you need me to accompany you, I don't mind drinking with you. Du Fan fanned himself with the fan in his hand and walked in front of him. He smiled and said, No need, I'll just walk with them. We're all family, so there's no need to be so formal. Seeing this, Wanyan 13 nodded and said, That's fine. You can do whatever you want. As he spoke, he hummed a tuneless tune and walked back with swaying steps. After he left, Du Fan looked at Leng Shuang and Hao Er. Do you want to walk around the Peach Blossom Forest too? Yes, Leng Shuang responded and did not say anything else. Hao Er said, I want to see the peaches. In that case, let's go together. Du Fan smiled and looked at the people behind him. He asked, "What do you all think? It's my first time here. I want to see the beautiful scenery here. It's great to have you all accompany me," Gu Xiangyi said. Ishiran glanced at the surroundings and said, "I'd better just walk around casually. You guys go ahead." He was not very interested in the peach blossom forest. Rather than looking at the peach blossoms and peaches, he would rather find a place to sit down and drink. "The four of us walked around the last time we came back, so we won't be going." Song Ming smiled and looked at Luo Fei and the others. "How about we find a place to drink?" "My thoughts exactly," Duan Yi, Luo Fei, and Ning Lang replied. Seeing this, Du Fan smiled and looked at Lung Shuang. "If that's the case, I'll accompany them. I'll leave young Master Gu to Lung Shuang." Hearing this, Lung Shuang was stunned, and Gu Xiangyi's eyes flashed. She smiled at Lung Shuang and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Lung Shuang nodded slightly and then walked with him and Hao to the peach forest. Seeing them leave, the others smiled and walked to the other side, ready to find a place to sit down and drink. Gu Xiangyi, who was walking with Lung Shuang in the peach blossom forest, suddenly felt that the two of them walking like this did not know what to talk about. She felt a little awkward in the silence. After walking for a while, Hao saw another peach blossom forest in front of them. Seeing that there were peaches there, he ran forward excitedly, leaving the two of them walking behind. "Thank you so much for last time." Gu Xiangyi opened her mouth and broke the silence between the two. Chapter 3474. "You've already thanked Master," she said faintly and walked forward unhurriedly. Gu Xiangyi looked ahead and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Fengjiu. So, I still have to thank you." Hearing this, Lung Shuang didn't say anything. She just walked quietly and looked at Hao, who was playing in the peach forest. Gu Xiangyi quietly accompanied him. The two of them came to the peach forest and stood under a peach tree, watching Hao climb up the tree. "Aunt Shuang, can we pick some peaches to take back?" Hao asked from the tree. Looking at the mouth-watering peaches, he couldn't help but pick one, wipe it clean, and take a bite. "Yes, pick more. Give some to Miss Wan Yin and the others, and bring some back to the residence," Lung Shuang said, and took out 2 baskets from his space. When Hao heard this, he happily agreed. He ate the peach in his hand in a few bites. Then he picked the biggest peach and threw it down. "Auntie Shuang, catch." Lung Shuang stood below and caught the peaches. He put the peaches in the baskets. After picking 2 baskets full of peaches, Lung Shuang was about to lift them when he saw Gu Xiangyi bending down to pick them up. "I'll do it," Gu Xiangyi said and looked at her and Hao. "Are we going back?" Lung Shuang looked at Hao and Hao agreed. Then, the 3 of them walked back. Fengjiu accompanied Wan Yin Qianhua out for a walk and saw a few people drinking under the peach tree. Seeing them, she raised her eyebrows. "Why are you here? The scenery here is good. It's perfect for drinking and parties," Song Ming said and glanced at Fengjiu and Wan Yin Qianhua, then looked at Jun Juishan. "Do you want to drink a few cups?" Duan Yi asked. "No, I just had dinner with my sister and was about to take a walk," Fengjiu said. Mother, how?" Er's voice came from nearby. Fengjiu looked over and saw the little figure running over. His little face was flushed with excitement. "Mother, we picked peaches. Look." He pointed behind him. Fengjiu looked over and saw Gu Xiangyi and Lung Shuang walking over. Gu Xiangyi was carrying 2 baskets of peaches. Seeing the 2 of them, Fengjiu smiled and rubbed Hao Er's head. "Hao go wash the peaches with Lung Shuang and cut some for everyone to eat." "Okay," Hao replied and trotted to Lung Shuang's side. Gu Xiangyi put down the peaches and watched as Lung Shuang and Hao took some to wash. She then said, "You didn't let anyone pick the peaches in the peach forest, did you? Someone will come regularly to pick them and brew them into wine." Fengjiu smiled and said, "Since you're all here, I'll have someone bring some peach wine for you to try." As Fengjiu spoke, he looked at Lung Hua and gestured. Lung Hua understood and turned to leave. Not long after, he came back with a jar of wine and placed it next to everyone. "I'll pour," Du Fan said and poured a cup for everyone. He also poured a cup for himself to try. The taste of peaches was thick in the mouth. The taste of the wine was not very strong, but the texture was very special. It made everyone feel that it was unique. The more they drank, the better it tasted. They stayed there until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did they return to the Feng Manor with Fengjiu. In the following days, because the day of the wedding approached, the Feng Manor became more and more joyous. About half a month passed. One morning, Hui Lang came to the Feng Manor with a smile on his face. Chapter 3475. I'm here on Master's orders to deliver the wedding dress for the ghost doctor, Hui Lang said with a smile, asking, has the ghost doctor woken up? She wouldn't still be sleeping right now, right? Du Fan looked at the sky and said, you've come early. Master is indeed still sleeping. As he spoke, he walked inside with him, saying, go inside and tell Ling Shuang. Let Ling Shuang see if Master is awake. Hearing this, Hui Lang waved his hand and said, no rush, no rush. My master had me deliver something and left it here. I'm not in a hurry to go back. When the ghost doctor wakes up, I'll give it to her. Seeing this, Du Fan said, all right then, you're familiar with the manor, so you can go rest. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. All right. Go ahead, Hui Lang said. He didn't ask him to accompany him and walked inside. In the manor's backyard, Feng Sanyuan was eating breakfast with Su Shi. Thinking of his youngest son, he couldn't help but sigh. Feng Yu wasn't able to come back when Feng Girl got married this time. I haven't seen him for many years. I wonder if that boy has grown taller? Speaking of which, he also missed his youngest son. It was just that when he sent him back that year, it was said that he couldn't leave the mountain until the time was right. He hadn't come back in all these years, so they also missed him. Hearing this, a longing expression appeared on Su Shi's face. She said, that's right. I haven't seen ye, for many years. However, this can't be helped. After a few more years, when he leaves the mountain, he can come back to see us. After what happened that year, as long as her son was alive, it didn't matter if she couldn't see him. On the other side, Feng Xiao, who had just finished practicing, walked into the courtyard with large strides and called, Wanrong. Shangwan Wanrong came out, looked at Feng Xiao and asked, what's wrong? I just met Hui Lang in front. He said that Mo's asked him to send a wedding dress to Xiaojiu. Later, you could go to Xiaojiu's courtyard and see if there's anything that needs to be changed, Feng Xiao said as he sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of water. Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong revealed a gentle smile. Okay, I understand. She gave Feng Xiao a set of clothes and said, I've already asked someone to prepare water for you. You just came back from practicing martial arts, so you're covered in sweat. Go take a bath. I'll put your clothes here. Seeing her busy there, Feng Xiao laughed and said, let the servants do it. You don't have to do it. By the way, have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. We'll wait for you to come back so that we can eat together. Shangwan Wanrong said as she walked outside and told the maid to prepare. How many times have I said that you don't have to wait for me? If you're hungry, you can eat first. Feng Xiao said as he walked towards the washroom and said, I'll go change and eat with you later. Okay. Shangwan Wanrong softly responded and asked, do you need me to help you wipe your back? No need. I could do it myself. I don't want to get your dress wet. Feng Xiao said as he let her go out first. Seeing this, Shangwan Wanrong went to sit in the courtyard and prepared to go to her daughter's courtyard after breakfast to see if there was anything that needed to be prepared. On the other side, Fengjiu walked out of the room after washing up and stretching. He went to the soft couch in the courtyard and lay down. He felt that the recent days had been too leisurely and boring. Chapter 3476. Fengjiu, who was lazily lying on the soft couch, heard this and immediately became alert. Hui Lang is here? Why is he here? Where is he? Tell him to come. He said that he was following the Yama Lord's orders to deliver the wedding dress to Master. Because he came early in the morning, he didn't disturb Master. I'll go call him over now, Ling Shuang said and then retreated. Wedding dress. Fengjiu lay back on the soft couch, her hands behind her head. She looked at the sky and thought. Zay said that he would prepare the wedding dress. I wonder what kind of wedding dress he'll prepare. It had to be said that at this moment, she was really looking forward to it. Not long after, Ling Shuang and Hui Lang walked in together. Ghost Doctor. Hui Lang smiled as he walked in. Master told me to deliver the wedding dress. The ghost doctor will definitely like it. Fengjiu sat up and asked, "Where is it? Take it out and let me see." Hui Lang made a sound of agreement and then took out a large square box from his space. He carried the large box to Fengjiu and said to Lung Shuang, "Lung Shuang, help me open the box." Lung Shuang stepped forward and opened the large box, then retreated to the side. His eyes naturally looked towards the large box, and he couldn't help but be unable to move his eyes away. Fengjiu watched as the box was opened. In an instant, brilliant lights and vibrant colors shone out, causing her eyes to be dazzled. Although she didn't pick up the wedding dress and unfold it, just by looking at it, she knew that this wedding dress was very beautiful and dazzling. This was already beyond the scope of a wedding dress. It could be said that it was a dazzling immortal dress. The dazzling red and noble gold set off each other, so beautiful that it made people unable to move their eyes away. When Hui Lang saw the surprise in Fengjiu's eyes and the joy on his face, the smile on his face deepened. He was about to speak with a smug look on his face when he heard Shangguan Wanrong's voice behind him. "Xiaojiu, I heard that Mose asked Hui Lang to send you a wedding dress. What kind of wedding dress is it?" Shangguan Wanrong dismissed the two servant girls behind her and slowly walked in. When Hui Lang and Lung Shuang saw her, they hurriedly bowed and greeted her, "Madam." Shangguan Wanrong indicated that the two of them didn't need to be overly courteous and walked forward. "Mother." Fengjiu stood up and walked forward to support her hand. He smiled and said, "Mother, you've come just in time. Hui Lang just brought me the wedding dress. I'm just opening it and looking at it. I haven't taken it out yet." Shangguan Wanrong looked at the dazzling wedding dress in the box, and the smile on her face overflowed. "It's extremely beautiful just looking at it. Also, this wedding dress shouldn't be an ordinary item. It must have been hard on him to be able to find such a wedding dress for you in such a short time." Hui Lang listened and hurriedly nodded. "Madam has good eyes. This is indeed not an ordinary wedding dress." He grinned and looked at them. "This dress is called the Thousand Illusions Color Glass Robe. Not only is it a wedding dress, it's also an immortal rank defensive dress. Furthermore, it can be changed in several styles at will. The golden thread on it is the Scarlet Flame golden thread that Master specially found. It's incomparably tough and hard to be broken by swords. Wearing this dress is said to be as light as a cicada's wing and extremely comfortable. You won't feel the weight of the dress at all." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He said, "Ghost Doctor, do you want to try it first? This Thousand Illusions color glass robe is a wedding dress. After wearing it, you'll feel different. Since Madam is also here, it'll be good to let her see it." Chapter 3477. Hearing this, Fengjiu thought for a moment, then said, "That's fine, let's try it on." Thus, she had Lung Shuang take the box containing the clothes from Hui Lang's hands and walked towards the room. Hui Lang waited outside, while Shangguan Wanrong and Lung Shuang accompanied Fengjiu into the room to change. In the room, when Shangguan Wanrong and Lung Shuang took the clothes out of the box, they discovered that the new wedding dress was actually a long dress with a trailing tail, extremely luxurious and dazzling. Layers of light muslin overlapped, but it was as light as a cicada's wing, as smooth as silk. Shangguan Wanrong saw this, and her face overflowed with a smile. Quickly put it on and see. This wedding dress must be extremely beautiful on you." Seeing this, Fengjiu let the two of them help her put on the dress. Because it was a wedding dress, it looked grand and luxurious. The entire wedding dress was mainly red, supplemented by gold. On the red wedding dress, there was a lifelike phoenix embroidered with gold thread. The extremely long skirt, sleeves, and collar also had golden lotus flowers, dazzling and eye-catching. Just putting on this dress took nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After the new wedding dress was put on, Shangguan Wanrong looked at her daughter in front of her, and her eyes couldn't help but be filled with pride and amazement. "My daughter is really beautiful. This wedding dress really suits you." Wearing the luxurious and dazzling wedding dress, her entire body exuded a noble aura. That kind of innate, noble aura forced people to be unable to look directly at her, leaving only heartfelt admiration. Feng Jiu looked at the figure in the mirror and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Following her thoughts, the luxurious and noble wedding dress on her body changed into a simple red dress. "This dress is really not bad," Feng Jiu said, taking off the dress and having Lung Shuang fold it up and put it back in her red dress. Shangwan Wanrong said with a smile, "I originally thought it was an ordinary wedding dress, so I came to see if it fit and if it needed to be changed. I didn't expect it to be this kind of dress, and I don't even need to change it." Feng Jiu held her mother's hand and walked out. Hui Lang, who was waiting outside, came up to them and asked with a grin, "Ghost Doctor, how are the clothes? Is it suitable?" Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. "It's suitable. I like it very much. I'll send a message to Zay later." "That's good," Hui Lang replied with a smile. "Master asked me to stay here. I will help out here during this period of time and wait for Master's wedding procession to arrive." As they were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of thunder in the sky. Feng Jiu and the others were slightly surprised and looked up at the sky. "Strange, why is there thunder in broad daylight?" Hui Lang muttered as he looked at the sky. He saw that the sky was blue and white clouds, and it didn't look like it was going to rain. Hearing the sound of thunder, Feng Jiu's eyes deepened. The smile on his face disappeared, and his expression became thoughtful. Seeing her like this, Shangwan Wanrong couldn't help but worry and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Jiu smiled slightly and comforted, "It's nothing." Her voice paused and said, "Mother, you go back first. I want to go to Peach Blossom Cove." Hearing this, Shangwan Wanrong said, "Qianhua lives in Peach Blossom Cove. It's not as good as living in the manor. Why don't you let her move in?" "No need. She likes it there. It's quiet there. And Junju Shang and Wanyan Shursan are there. Don't worry about her," Feng Jiu said with a smile. Chapter 3478. She was worried that she would bear everything in her heart. That lightning just now was not ordinary. However, she did not say anything. It seemed that she had to go back and ask Feng Xiao and the old man. "I know. Mother, don't worry." Feng Jiu smiled and walked her out of the courtyard. He told the servant girl waiting outside, "Send Madam back." "Yes." The servant girl replied and went to Shangwan Wanrong's side. Shangwan Wanrong saw this and left without saying anything else. "Ghost Doctor, is there something wrong with that lightning?" Hui Lang asked after Shangwan Wanrong left. Feng Jiu looked at the sky and thought deeply. It is indeed not ordinary lightning. It is the lightning of the divine king realm. Lung Shuang and Hui Lang's expressions became serious when they heard this. Lightning of the divine king realm? Their people were all here, so who would be the one to advance to the god king level? If it was someone on their side, it would be fine. However, if it was an enemy, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Grey Wolf asked, "Ghost Doctor, who do you think will become a divine king? Could it be young Master Amo Chun?" "It's not me." Suddenly, a gentle voice came from outside. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone in the courtyard looked out and saw Amo Chun, dressed in white, slowly walking in. "If it's not you, then it's very likely to be an enemy," Feng Jiu said and smiled. "I thought you would only come on the day of my wedding." Amo Chan walked forward slowly and looked at her. "I was afraid that I would be delayed on the way, so I came here after going to Heaven Mountain. As soon as I arrived, I heard the sound of thunder in the sky." He paused for a moment before asking, "What are your plans?" "Before you came, I wanted to go to Peach Blossom Cove to discuss with Junju Shang and Wanyan Shursan. The birth of another immortal king-level expert in this world was definitely not a small matter. It should be known that if it was an enemy, then the enemy's strength would increase by quite a bit. Between the upper and lower realms, apart from Sovereign Tong Tian and Sovereign Xuanwu, only she and Mo Zhe had reached the Divine King realm. Before this, they had 3 Divine Kings on their side. On Sovereign Tong Tian's side, apart from Sovereign Tong Tian, the Demon Lord and the person with the Black Lotus of Destruction were the ones they feared the most. Just who exactly was this newly born God King level expert? They still had to find a way to find out. At the very least, They had to be mentally prepared so that they wouldn't be caught off guard one day. Then let's have someone check it out. Let's see who has advanced. Imochen looked at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone ruin your wedding with Mose." Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him deeply and said, "I don't think they will do anything on the day of the wedding. After all, there will be many experts who won't come to congratulate us. Even if they want to find a chance to attack us, they won't choose that time." She said, "But we still have to find out who has advanced. How about this? I'll make a trip to Peach Blossom Cove. You must be tired from the journey, so you can rest in the residence." "No need. I'll go with you," Imo-chun said. Chapter 3479. Jun Jushang was originally accompanying Wanyin Qianhua in the Peach Blossom Cove. Wanyin Shisan was also in the courtyard. When the three of them heard the commotion in the sky, they raised their heads and looked up in surprise. The heavenly lightning is not normal. It seems like someone has broken through. Wanyin Shisan rubbed his chin as he spoke. He stared at the sky for a while, then looked at Jun Jushang. "What do you think?" The heavenly lightning struck 3 times, and the fluctuations were extremely strong. This kind of fluctuation can only be caused by a divine king. Therefore, the person breaking through should have broken through the divine king realm. Jun Jushang said slowly as he poured Wanyin Qianhua a cup of hot tea. Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua frowned slightly. "Another divine king? If it's true, then it's fine if it's from our side. But if it's from Sovereign Tong Tian's side, then I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Since when was it so easy for a divine king to appear? First it was Xianyuan Mose, then it was Fengjiu, and now it's someone who I don't know if they're friend or foe." Wanyin Shisan said. He looked at the other two and said, "If Fengjiu doesn't come later, then I'll go to Feng Manor to take a look. I'll see what she's planning." However, just as he said that, Wanyin Qianhua looked at the sky and smiled. 13th uncle, I don't think you need to go. Look, they're here." Jun Jushang and Wanyin Shisan followed her gaze and saw 2 figures, one red and one white, flying over on their swords. In the blink of an eye, they descended from the sky and landed in front of them. "It seems like you've also noticed the commotion. I originally wanted to discuss it with you, but I didn't expect you to be so fast." Wanyin Shisan laughed loudly. His gaze swept past Fengjiu and landed on Imo-chun. "TSK, it seems like it's not you. That it's really troublesome." He originally thought that the person breaking through to the Divine King realm would be Imo-chun. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. "I'm still far from becoming a Divine King." Imo-chun smiled warmly as his gaze swept past them. "That's why I'll have to trouble you." Fengjiu Shang smiled as he walked forward and sat at the table. Hearing this, Wanyin Shisan raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "What do you mean?" "I want you to go back and investigate. I want you to see who has entered the God King realm." Fengjiu paused for a moment before continuing, "I've been thinking about it, and you're the most suitable candidate. So, I can only trouble you. You want me to's Divine King, yes?" Wanyin Shisan rubbed his chin and said, "That's true. If someone from the righteous faction has become a divine king, you'll only need to ask around a little to find out who it is. However, if you want to find out information about your enemies, I'll be the most suitable person." As he spoke, he thought for a while and looked at her. "But if I go back and forth, what if I don't make it in time for your wedding?" Fengjiu laughed lightly. "There's still half a month's time. If you hurry up, you might be able to make it back in time for my wedding. If you really can't make it, then I'll invite you alone. I'll use my treasures to treat you. How about that?" "Ha, good. Then it's settled." Wanyin Shisan laughed loudly and said, "Then why don't you tell me, who do you think is the most likely person to become a divine king? That way, I'll have a direction to work on and won't have to investigate blindly." Chapter 3480. The owner of the Black Lotus of Destruction. Wanyin Shisan was startled. Who is that? Also, this Black Lotus of Destruction. Could it be the one from ancient times? Jun Jushang, Wanyin Qianhua, and Wanyin Shisan looked at Fengjiu. They knew that she had many enemies, but the Black Lotus of Destruction was a legendary treasure from ancient times. When did it appear? They had been in the upper world for so long, but they had never heard of it. Imo-chun, on the other hand, lowered her eyes, and stood there quietly. No one knew what she was thinking. Fengjiu briefly told them about the Black Lotus of Destruction. In the end, he said, "This is what I am worried about. If he really becomes a divine king, then he's a bigger threat than sovereign Tong Tian." Hearing this, the expressions of the few people became somewhat solemn. Wang Yin Shursen nodded. "I know. Don't worry. I will leave now. I will investigate it as soon as possible. Be careful. The investigation is one thing, but don't meet him directly. If you can't meet him, you must find a way to leave. Otherwise, if you fall into his hands, it will be difficult to survive." Feng Jiu reminded him to be careful. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Wang Yin Shursen said. He looked at Zheng Jushang and said, "Please take care of my niece. She is pregnant. She can't leave her side. You have to look after her." Zheng Jushang looked at Wang Yin Xianhua and said, "Okay, I could take care of myself. Why do I need him to take care of me?" Wang Yin Xianhua said unhappily. He said to Wang Yin Shursen, "13th uncle, be careful. We will wait for you to come back." Seeing this, Wang Yin Shursen grinned. He went back to his room to pack his things. Then he went to the courtyard and said goodbye to them. "Then I will leave. Using the teleportation formation to go back should save a lot of time. I'll take you there faster." As Fengjiu spoke, he came to an empty space outside the courtyard. As the array formation in his hand surged, a vortex appeared in the void. Wang Yin Shursan stepped forward, looked at the vortex, and asked with a smile, "Where are you going to send me?" "You'll know when you get there," Fengjiu said. "All right, I'll take my leave then." Wang Yin Shursan glanced at them. The next moment, he walked into the whirlpool and disappeared. With a wave of Fengjiu's hand, the array was retracted and the vortex disappeared. "You sent him to the place with the closest fluctuation?" Mo Chen asked. His gaze fell on Fengjiu. "Do you think that the owner of the Black Lotus of Destruction is somewhere in the upper world, and not in sovereign Tongtian's territory? For so many years, there's been no movement from that person. It's as if he has disappeared. I think he must have found a place to concentrate on cultivation. Otherwise, how could he enter the Divine King realm in a few years without the help of elixirs?" Fengjiu said slowly. Then he paused and said, "The power of the Black Lotus of Destruction is extraordinary. Even divine kings have to be very careful when facing him. After all, even I can't restrain the power of his Black Lotus of Destruction." Wang Yin Xinhua heard this and asked, "Is there no way to restrain his Black Lotus of Destruction?" Chapter 3481. "All right," Wang Yin Xinhua sighed softly. "I can't help you with this matter. You can only rely on yourself. Let alone the fact that she was pregnant right now. Even if she wasn't pregnant, she would not be able to fight against God Kings with her strength. If it were not for Feng Jiu and the others who were also God Kings, they would be instantly slain if they fought against God Kings. On the other side, Xinyuan Mose had also sensed the birth of God King. He used his communication jade token to ask Feng Jiu and found out that she had already sent Wang Yin Shursen back to find out more about it, so he didn't bother with this matter. Even if another God King was born, that was something they would have to deal with in the future. As for their wedding day, he also felt that Sovereign Tontian and the others wouldn't be so stupid as to pick a day when so many experts were gathered to attack them. Instead of having to endure their monstrous anger and slaughter after disrupting their wedding, they would naturally choose another suitable time. When he came outside and saw the red wedding gifts tied to the wedding bouquets placed around the palace, a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. He came to one of the boxes and opened it. In an instant, the dazzling light of precious treasures shone out. After glancing at the treasures, he looked at Ing Yi and said, "Rin Xiang is here. Tell him to count the betrothal gifts again." "Yes." Ing Yi nodded and watched him go in. Only then did he step forward and seal the box again. There were more than 100 boxes of gifts, each of them extremely precious. Every item was priceless. Many of them were treasures that his master had collected over many years, as well as items that he had ordered people to collect some time ago. Any one of them would cause a huge commotion if taken out. Now, all these treasures were piled up here. He had ordered people to guard the inside and outside to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. In an extremely remote forest in the upper realm, there were more than 100 black-robed cultivators standing in front of a cave. Among them, a woman in a white dress stood among them. If Feng Jiao and the others saw her, they would recognize her as Xianyuan Moses' junior sister, Yin Shuixin. She stood in front of the hundreds of black-robed cultivators. It seemed like her status was higher than the others. Yin Shuixin, who was standing in front of the crowd of cultivators, looked at the cave abode in front of her and couldn't hide her excitement. A divine king-level expert. Master has finally become a god-king-level expert. When she found out that Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiao had disappeared for 5 years and were now god-king-level experts, she almost despaired. Was she supposed to just watch as Feng Jiao and her senior brother were together? She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth when she thought of how she had suffered at the hands of Feng Jiao. Back then, she had sworn that she would not let her have an easy time. She couldn't do it with her own strength, but her master could. They wanted to get married? Don't even think about it. At this time, the stone door of the cave slowly opened. The enchantment and array formation around the cave also dispersed as the person walked out. Seeing that person walk out, the hundreds of black-clothed cultivators outside excitedly knelt down and greeted him loudly. "Greetings, Master. Congratulations on becoming a divine, king-level expert. Master's divine power is unparalleled and unrivaled. Master's divine power is unparalleled and unrivaled." Chapter 3482. The Black Lotus Lord walked out and glanced at the crowd. Then he raised his hand and gestured. All the cultivators stood up and looked at him quietly. "I'm already a godly king. It's only a matter of time before I destroy Feng Jiao and unify the world." The Black Lotus Lord's voice was gloomy and powerful. He slowly clenched his fists. His cold and sharp eyes were filled with battle intent and arrogance. The crowd couldn't help but get excited. Master skills are unparalleled. It's only a matter of time before you destroy Feng Jiao and unify the world. Master skills are unparalleled. It's only a matter of time before you destroy Feng Jiao and unify the world. Passionate voices echoed in the forest. Then, under the signal of the Black Lotus Master, everyone quieted down again. They looked at him expectantly, waiting for his orders. "I've been in seclusion for so long. How powerful is Feng Jiao now? Have you been keeping an eye on her?" The Black Lotus Lord asked in a gloomy voice. At this moment, a cultivator stepped forward and said, "Master, Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mose are both godly kings now. From what I know, the upper realm has become Xianyuan Mose's territory. Feng Jiao has become the sovereign of the lower realm. Both of them seem to be on good terms with Sovereign Xuanwu, but they are enemies with Sovereign Tongtian. Master, they returned to the lower realm not long ago to prepare for their wedding. There's only half a month left until their wedding," Yin Shuixin, who was dressed in white, said angrily. When she thought of Feng Jiao marrying Xianyuan Mose, she couldn't wait to tear her apart. The Black Lotus Lord narrowed his eyes when he heard their words. He didn't expect Feng Jiao to have broken through to the godly king level after he had been in seclusion for a few years. Not only her, but even Xianyuan Mose was also a godly king. "Master, should we take advantage of their wedding?" Yin Shuixin asked impatiently. Upon hearing this, the Black Lotus Master looked at her coldly. Attack them while they are getting married? No one went to congratulate them on their wedding? Yin Shuixin's eyes flashed slightly. She couldn't help but lower her eyes, not daring to speak. Many people had gone to congratulate them when they got married, but were they just going to watch them get married like that? A black-robed cultivator glanced at Yin Shuixin before he cupped his hands and said to the Black Lotus Master, "Master, over the past few years, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiao have many connections in both the upper world and the lower world. Now that they're getting married, many people from the upper world have already gone to the lower world to congratulate them, not to mention the people from the lower world. On the day of their wedding, there will definitely be many powerful cultivators. I don't think it's a good time to make a move." "That's right, Master. Feng Jiao is very powerful now. I think we can join forces with Sovereign Tongtian and the others and use them to deal with Feng Jiao. It'll be much easier." No one knew what the Black Lotus Lord was thinking, but his eyes flashed slightly. After a long while, he ordered, send someone to contact Sovereign Tontian. Tell him that I want to discuss this with him. As soon as he finished speaking, his cold gaze landed on Yun Shuoxin. After a while, he said, "Come in with me." Chapter 3483. Due to the presence of the spirit gathering array in the cave, she felt relaxed as soon as she entered. Her body could not help but absorb the aura of spiritual energy in the cave. There was a simple stone table in the cave. As she walked further in, the stone door opened, and she felt cold all of a sudden. The cave was like an ice cellar, and the surrounding walls were illuminated by luminous pearls. Even though there were no windows in the cave, it still looked as bright as day. In the corner of the ice wall, there was an ice bed emitting traces of cold air. When she entered the room, she could only feel a cold air rushing from the soles of her feet to the bottom of her heart. "Master, do you have any instructions for me to come in?" Inexplicably, she felt uneasy. Why did he ask her to come in? There was nothing in here except for an ice bed. The sealed surroundings made her feel uneasy. She did not know what he wanted to do. Don't you want to get Xinyuan Mo's? Don't you want to tear Fengjiu into pieces? Do you think your current strength is enough to fight with Fengjiu? The Black Lotus Lord turned around with his hands behind his back, and his cold gaze landed on Yun Shuoxin. "Right now, I have a way to increase your strength. Furthermore, I can give you the ability to activate the aura of the Black Lotus. Do you want it?" A cold voice came out of his mouth. As he spoke, he walked closer to her and looked down at Yun Shuoxin, who was standing in front of him. An unfathomable dark light flashed across his cold eyes. Yun Shuoxin's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but take a step back. The master in front of her made her inexplicably fearful, especially the light in his eyes. It made her tremble in fear and want to escape. She swallowed her saliva and suppressed the fear in her heart. With a glimmer of hope, she asked, "Master, what should Shuoxin do? Can I obtain the power of the Black Lotus?" She had a feeling that if she turned around and fled now, she would definitely be killed by him. No, the consequences would be worse than death. "Haha, I will tell you." The Black Lotus Lord smiled coldly and reached out to touch her beautiful face. In an instant, Yun Shuoxin felt as if she had been stared at by a poisonous snake. She was so shocked that her face turned pale. Instinctively, she exclaimed and retreated, looking at him warily. "And Master, what are you trying to do?" Her voice was trembling and filled with disbelief. "Haha, haven't you already guessed it?" The Black Lotus Master stood still and stared at her with narrowed eyes. "Do you think it's so easy to get the aura of the Black Lotus that even Fengjiu fears? If you want to get it, how can you not pay a price?" Hearing this, the last trace of hope in her heart was finally shattered. Her eyes turned red and her hands tightly gripped her clothes. "No, Master, I can't." As a woman, especially a proud woman like her, who was born in a noble family, how could she tolerate her chastity being ruined? Especially when the other party was someone who had lived for hundreds of years and made her fear him from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 3484. Upon hearing her words, the Black Lotus Lord's aura suddenly turned gloomy. The entire cave abode's aura turned bone-chilling. The oppressive and violent aura howled wildly. The next moment, the Black Lotus Lord's figure flashed. He leaned forward and grabbed Yun Shuoxin's neck with one hand, lifting her up. A sinister voice filled with murderous intent rang in her ears. "Do you think I'm no match for Xinyuan Mo's?" Her neck was choked, and her feet were lifted off the ground. A powerful aura enveloped her, making her feel as if the aura of death was so close to her. She grabbed his hand tightly with both hands and opened her mouth, trying her best to breathe in fresh air. She wanted to open her mouth to beg for mercy, but she couldn't utter a single word. Just when she thought she would be strangled to death, she felt her body being violently flung, and she fell heavily onto the ice bed. This Lord's Black Lotus just happens to need some primordial Yin-Chi to supplement it. As this Lord's subordinate, you have this obligation. You can't refuse. he said in a gloomy voice as he strode towards the ice bed. With a wave of his hand, a black aura shot out. It split into 4 auras and wrapped around Yun Shuoxin's hands and feet, fixing her on the ice bed in a shape. No, no, please don't, Yun Shuoxin cried and begged in panic. However, she did not know that the more she cried and begged, the more she refused. This made the Black Lotus Lord even more violent. You will be grateful to me because I can make you stronger. As the Black Lotus Lord spoke, he came to the ice bed and reached out to grab her clothes. Yun Shuoxin's clothes were torn to shreds and scattered all over the ground. A sharp scream echoed in the cave abode. The black-robed cultivators outside did not know what was happening inside. They were still discussing in low voices how to deal with Fengjiu and the rest. The next evening, the sovereign of Tongtian unexpectedly came to this forest and accurately found the cave abode. Where is your sovereign? In midair, the sovereign of Tongtian narrowed his eyes and stared at the people below. It's the sovereign of Tongtian. A black-robed cultivator recognized him and immediately said, "The sovereign of Tongtian, our sovereign is in the cave abode." As he spoke, a black-robed cultivator quickly entered the cave abode to report. The cultivator who entered the immortal's cave went inside, but didn't see his master and Yun Shuoxin in the outer room. Puzzled, he went to the inner room. There was a stone door there, so he reported from outside. "Master, the sovereign of Tongtian is outside. Let him in." The sovereign of Tongtian, the black-robed cultivator, the sovereign of Tongtian, the sovereign of Tongtian, and Tongtian, Tongtian, and Tongtian. After he had Tongtian, Tongtian, and Tongtian, 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 and Tongtian, and then Tongtian and Tongtian. He and Tongtian, Tongtian, ing the moment he finished speaking, he put on his clothes and walked out. The stone door closed again, leaving Yun Shuoxin lying there motionless. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the cave abode. After a long time, her eyes moved and she slowly sat up. She curled up into a ball and leaned against the corner of the room as tears silently flowed down her face. Chapter 3485. Sovereign Tongtian and the Black Lotus Lord sat opposite each other at the stone table in the outer room, sizing each other up. When Sovereign Tongtian saw the Black Lotus Lord's strength, his eyes narrowed. He did not dare to underestimate him. The Black Lotus Lord had grown from an inconspicuous cultivator to a God King level expert. There was no doubt about his strength. Furthermore, before he came, he had obtained some information about the Black Lotus Lord. Just like how he had not expected Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose to become God King level experts in such a short period of time, he had never taken the Black Lotus Lord seriously. However, from the moment he became a God King and stood on the same level as him, he was no longer able to overlook him. He could no longer overlook him. I have long heard of the Sovereign Tongtian's great name. Now that I have met you, you are indeed extraordinary, the Black Lotus Lord said politely. The Black Lotus Lord is even more impressive. In a short period of time, you have reached such heights. You are indeed extraordinary, the Sovereign Tongtian said. He smiled and said, I have fought with Fengjiu and the others several times, but I have not been able to gain the upper hand. Now that I have the Black Lotus Lord's help, they will not dare to be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Black Lotus Monarch took a sip of the tea in front of him and said, I heard that they are preparing to get married. I wonder what plans does Sovereign Tongtian have? Fengjiu and the others are friends with the Black Tortoise Lord. Furthermore, the Black Tortoise Lord's son has become the adopted son of Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. If we attack them, the Black Tortoise Lord will not stand by and do nothing. They have 3 God King level experts, so I do not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, in my opinion, even if we attack them, we cannot choose to do so while they're getting married. The Sovereign Tongtian could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes when he mentioned Fengjiu and the others. No matter how much he did not want to see them get married, he had to admit that he could not attack them while they were getting married. It would be unwise to attack them at that time. Since it's not suitable to make a move at that time, why don't we do it half a month after their wedding? During that time, those who went to congratulate him should have already left, Master Black Lotus said. A dim light flashed across his gloomy eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Are you planning to make your move in the lower realm or the upper realm? Sovereign Tong Tian asked. Whether it's the upper realm or the lower realm, they've already spread their spiritual energy all over the place. If we attack them here, it'll only be beneficial to them. As the Black Lotus Lord spoke, he narrowed his eyes viciously. Since their forces are all over the place, and they have so many supporters and followers, then we shall eliminate all of their supporters. Let them fight on their own. Sovereign Tong Tian's expression changed slightly as he asked, I wonder what Sovereign Black Lotus has in mind. How could it be so easy to cut off the wings of Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mos? However, from his words, could it be that he had a brilliant plan? There's no point in talking about it now. When the time comes, we'll know. With that, he looked at Sovereign Skirich. I want to find the Lord of Demonic Cultivators here. Chapter 3486. Sovereign Tong Tian paused as he looked at Sovereign Tong Tian. He was no match for Fengjiu in the past, and it's even more impossible now. What's the point of looking for him? He was the sovereign of a region and had his own territory. To be honest, he did not want to be associated with the Demon Lord. Moreover, he did not think that the Demon Lord could have grown so powerful in the past few years that Fengjiu was wary of him. Since the Demon Lord was useless, what was the point of having him? You just need to find him. I will know if he is useful or not, Sovereign Tong Tian said. Lord Black Lotus said arrogantly. It was obvious that he did not take Sovereign Tong Tian seriously. Sovereign Tong Tian's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Sovereign Tong Tian and laughed coldly. Sovereign Tong Tian, you sure talk big. Do you think that since I am your subordinate, I should listen to your orders? He was a dignified sovereign, the overlord of a region, and had been in a high position for many years. It was naturally impossible for him to be ordered to do things by a sovereign who had just become a divine king. If he really nodded and agreed today, wouldn't he have to listen to him in the future? How would he have any face left? Sovereign Tong Tian smiled coldly and looked at Sovereign Tong Tian with a sharp gaze. I have never seen Sovereign Tong Tian's strength before. Why don't we have a spar? A trace of surprise flashed across Sovereign Tong Tian's eyes. Sovereign Tong Tian, who had just become a supreme god, dared to challenge him? Did he think that Sovereign Tong Tian was stronger than him? His probing gaze fell on him, sizing him up, but he couldn't see anything. However, he knew that both of them were powerhouses at the level of divine kings. They didn't have any friendship in the past, so there was only a conflict of interest. They wanted to deal with Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mos, and they would definitely join forces in the future. Since that was the case, one of them had to listen to the other. Otherwise, there would be many such incidents in the future. After thinking for a while, Sovereign Tong Tian stood up and said, All right, I would like to see what Sovereign Tong Tian is capable of. He wanted to see what made Sovereign Tong Tian so arrogant. Please. Sovereign Tong Tian stood up and gestured for Sovereign Tong Tian to leave. Sovereign Tong Tian clasped his hands behind his back and walked out. Monarch Black Lotus also followed them outside. When they arrived outside, the cultivators automatically made way for them. However, when they thought that their master was going to send Monarch Skirich away, they heard their master's voice. All of you back off. I want to spar with Sovereign Tong Tian. Hearing this, the black-robed cultivators couldn't help but exchange glances. Sparring with Sovereign Tong Tian? Could their master win? Although they were suspicious, they still retreated far away. In a spar between God King experts, a single pressure was enough to make them kneel on the ground. They naturally did not dare to appear within the range of their pressure. The Sovereign of Sky reaching and the Black Lotus Lord came to the center of the clearing. As their auras surged, the two of them dashed out like lightning. The airflow in the air was as sharp as a blade. Swish! Oh, Chapter 3487. Yin Shuixin, who was originally in the cave, had come out at some point. She was dressed in a loose black robe, and her ink-black hair was hidden under the hood of her black robe. Her aura was gloomy, and no one noticed her even when she appeared in front of the cave. Everyone's attention was on the two people who were fighting. Because of this, No one noticed that Wanyan Shursan was silently approaching the source of that aura. He didn't dare to get too close because the other party was a divine king. He had to carefully conceal his aura so that they wouldn't notice him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape if he was discovered. However, when he came to a tree and looked ahead, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The black-robed cultivators in front had all retreated. There were about 100 of them, and they were not weak. Moreover, in the middle of the forest, there were two figures fighting at an extremely fast speed. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. Just looking at it was already very frightening. Was this the power of a divine king? Who was it that was fighting here? He thought for a moment and looked at the black-robed cultivators. With a thought, he took out a black robe from the space and put it on. He also took out a thin mask made of human skin and put it on. Then, he quietly approached the black-robed cultivators and blended in with them. The black-robed cultivators were all watching the two people fighting and didn't notice anyone sneaking in. However, they couldn't help but feel a little worried when they saw that their master and sovereign Tontian had been fighting for a long time without a clear victor. Do you think our master can defeat sovereign Tontian? After all, our master has just become a divine king. Sovereign Tontian has been a divine king for many years. Our master will definitely win. Our master is stronger than sovereign Tontian. Hearing their words, Wanyan Shursan, who was mixed in with them, was slightly surprised. Because the two people who were fighting were extremely fast, he couldn't see their faces clearly. Therefore, he could only see them fighting there. It did not look like a battle to the death. After all, although each of their moves was filled with killing intent, they did not intend to kill each other. They still held back a little. The two combatants seemed to be evenly matched in strength, but if one were to say who was stronger, in his opinion, Sovereign Tontian seemed to be stronger. Sovereign Tontian gathered wind in his palms and was about to send Black Lotus Lord flying. However, a black aura suddenly surged around Black Lotus Lord, and a black lotus appeared on his forehead. The aura around him suddenly grew stronger. Hiss! Look, our master's black lotus has appeared on his forehead. Our master's aura is stronger than before. Our master will win. Our master will win. Our master will win. The black-robed cultivators looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but wave their hands and cheer excitedly. When Wanyan 13 saw that everyone was clenching their fists and cheering, he shouted along with them. He stared at the Lord of Black Lotus in front of him and thought to himself, as Feng 9 expected, the Lord of Black Lotus has really become an expert at the Divine King realm. Moreover, his Black Lotus looks very strange. Chapter 3488. Bang! With a loud thud, Sovereign Tontian was sent flying. His body slammed into a tree, and the tree broke apart with a loud crack. Just as he steadied himself and was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold aura in his body. That aura inexplicably made him shudder, and the aura in his body could not be mobilized at that moment. How is it? Black Lotus Lord asked as he stopped attacking. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Sovereign Tontian, who was staring blankly at his own hands. What is that? What is that black lotus on your forehead? Sovereign Tontian asked with a frown. He felt that the black lotus was a little strange. He looked at Sovereign Tontian and said in a low voice, "It is the ancient black lotus of destruction. Even Fengjiu is afraid of my black lotus. Even if you are a supreme god like me, you will not be able to withstand the power of my black lotus." Sovereign Tontian couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he heard this. That power was so powerful. He looked at his own hands. The feeling gradually dissipated. He channeled power into his palms to force the bone-chilling aura out of his body. Only then did he feel better. Wanyan Shursan, who was mixed in the crowd, was also shocked when he heard that. If the power of the Black Lotus was really so powerful, then Feng Jiu and the others would really be in trouble. Once they fought against it, it was hard to say who would win. It seemed that he had to quickly inform her about this matter so that she could be prepared in advance. Just as he was thinking, he saw the two people in front of him talking as they walked. "I will send people to find the Devil Lord." You said before that we will attack them half a month after they get married. Do you have a detailed plan? Sovereign Tontian was already thinking of sneaking away when they were not paying attention. When he heard this, he could not help but follow the black-robed cultivators. How are they going to deal with Fengjiu and the rest? Since he had encountered them, he had to listen carefully. This mainland is already Xinyuan Moses territory. Since that is the case, let's go to your place. We will discuss it when we get there, Sovereign Tontian said. Sovereign Tontian thought for a moment and nodded. All right, it will be more convenient for us to leave together. Thus, the Black Lotus monarch glanced at Yun Shuixin, who was standing in front of the cave residence, and instructed, You, Yun Shuixin, remember what I told you. Put away the ice bed here. When I find a suitable place, I will build a palace. His voice paused, and his eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. Do what I tell you to do. If I find out that you have any thoughts of betrayal, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Yun Shuixin couldn't help but tremble. She lowered her head and knelt down. Master, don't worry. Shuixin will never be disloyal. In this life, Master will be the most respected. The Black Lotus Master stared at her, as if he was trying to figure out if she was telling the truth. After a long while, he said, It's good that you think this way. Come here. Yun Shuixin's eyelashes fluttered. She walked up to him stiffly and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Raise your head, the Black Lotus Master instructed. Hearing this, Yun Shuixin raised her head. Immediately after, she saw him point a finger at the space between her eyebrows. In an instant, a stream of qi flowed from his finger into the space between her eyebrows. The black qi surged and gradually turned into a black lotus with only 3 petals. Chapter 34:89. Yun Shuixin felt something in her mind. Then, she felt a burning sensation between her eyebrows. Before she could react, her master had already retracted his hand. Keep an eye on Fengjiu's movements. Don't act rashly without my orders. But master, cultivators from the upper realm have to pass through the immortal path that Fengjiu has ordered people to guard in order to go to the lower realm. I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through, a cultivator said. Hearing this, the Black Lotus Lord glanced at the cultivator and said gloomily, I've already imparted the technique to Wang Shuixin. She has her own ways to bring you over. Hearing this, the cultivators were slightly surprised. They couldn't help but look at Wang Shuixin, who was standing there in a daze. Their eyes flashed. Her vital yin was gone. It was still there earlier. How? Suddenly, the cultivators' hearts skipped a beat. They recalled that she had been called in by their master and had only just come out. Furthermore, she was not wearing her usual white dress when she came out of the cave abode. Instead, she was wearing a loose black robe and a large hat. Her entire aura had changed. Their master had imparted the technique to her. It seemed like she had become their master's woman. After the Black Lotus Lord explained some things to the crowd, he left with the 2 black-robed cultivators beside him. He left Yun Shuixin behind to take care of these people's movements. Seeing that the Black Lotus Lord and the Sovereign of Sky Reaching had left, Wanyan Shursin couldn't help but sigh softly. He was really worried that he would be discovered if he mingled with these people. Fortunately, the 2 people he was afraid of had already left. He had to find a chance to leave and report to Fengjiu and the others. It was a pity that he didn't know what they were planning. Yun Shuixin, who was in front of him, said a few words before turning to enter the cave abode. When Wanyan Shursan saw this, he secretly retreated when no one was paying attention. However, after turning around and walking a few meters, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Where are you going? A cultivator called out when he saw someone walking behind a tree. Wanyan Shursan clutched his stomach with one hand and lowered his head. I'm going to relieve myself. I'll be back soon. Seeing this, the man glanced at him and didn't say anything more. He turned around and started talking with the others. He didn't notice anything wrong. That was also true. He had lowered his presence, and the appearance of the mask was too ordinary and inconspicuous. No one would pay attention to him. While they weren't paying attention, he walked into the woods. When he was far away, he took off his black robe and mask and put them into the space. Then, He used the transmission scroll to quickly leave this place. Several days later, late at night, in the backyard of the Phoenix residence of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Jiu, who was sound asleep, suddenly turned pale. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her brows were tightly knitted together. Her body seemed to be pressed down by someone, and she tried to open her eyes, but she couldn't. A powerful spiritual energy surged forth from her body. As if she had lost control, it rushed out of the room and filled the entire Feng Manor. In the instant that powerful spiritual energy and pressure were released, practically the entire Feng Manor was alarmed. Everyone who had been sleeping soundly quickly leapt up and rushed out of their rooms. What happened? Chapter 3490. In the guest room, Emo-chun put on his clothes and walked out. Sensing the aura in the air, he immediately formed a seal with his hands to cover the Feng Manor. This was to prevent the aura from escaping and causing a commotion. He walked out and headed straight for Feng Jiu's courtyard. Before he could speak, he heard Feng Xiao ask, "Emo-chun, what is going on?" Something should have happened with Feng Jiu. This aura is her aura. As Emo-chun spoke, he walked towards Feng Jiu's courtyard. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure became. Feng Xiao, Feng Sanyuan, and the others wanted to get closer, but they found that the pressure was too strong. They could not even enter the courtyard. "You guys wait outside. Her aura and pressure are being released. You will be injured if you come in." Emo-chun stopped and said to the people behind him. Only then did he walk inside. Everyone saw that a layer of light covered his body, blocking the pressure and air around him. He pushed open the door and walked in. "Lung Shuang, what is going on? Is Xiao Jiu inside? What happened to her? Weren't you standing guard in the courtyard?" The anxious Feng Sanyuan looked at Lung Shuang and asked. Lung Shuang's face was a bit pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She took a deep breath and said to Feng Sanyuan, "I was originally in the courtyard, but suddenly a powerful pressure and air came out of Master's room. I wanted to go in and take a look, but I was kicked out of the courtyard. I don't know what exactly happened, but during this time, no one else came." Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. If no one else came, then why did it suddenly become like this? What exactly was going on? They were anxious and wanted to go and take a look, but because the difference in strength was too great, they could not get close. They could only wait outside. Emo-chun entered the room and could not help but feel shocked by the aura and pressure that filled the room. He entered the room, and when he saw Feng Jiu on the bed, his brows furrowed, and he quickly walked over. "9. Jiu, wake up." He called out to her, gently shaking her body. However, she did not wake up. Her face was pale and in pain, as if she was experiencing something that hurt her to the bone. "9. Wake up." He continued to call out, but it was to no avail. Originally, he thought that something had happened to her while she was cultivating. However, looking at the situation now, it seemed like she was having a nightmare. Just what kind of dream had trapped her? Why was she in so much pain? Looking at her tightly clenched fists and her struggling and painful expression, he was worried that she would go berserk and explode if she continued like this. He immediately helped her up and sat cross-legged behind her. Then he gathered the aura in his body in his palms. A golden light surged from his palm. This golden spiritual energy was transmitted from his palm into her body. Try to suppress the violent aura on her body. 9, wake up. 9. Feng Jiu only felt an anxious voice calling out to her in her ear. That voice covered the voice in her head. She also felt a cool aura circulating in her body. Gradually, the violent aura on her body was restrained. The voice in her ear became clearer, and she suddenly calmed down. 9, it's me, Emo-chun. 9, wake up. Hearing that voice, she suddenly opened her eyes. The aura in her body changed, and she instinctively rebounded. Chapter 3491. Emo-chun's body bounced back and hit the bed behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Jiu was startled and turned around to look. Emo-chun. Outside, because they felt the surrounding air flow and pressure disappear, they quickly walked inside. When they arrived, they saw Emo-chun lying on the bed with a pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Jiu, what happened? Feng girl, are you okay? What happened to Emo-chun? Everyone gathered around and asked. When they saw that she was sitting on the bed, they secretly sighed in relief. Shangguan Wanrong saw that she was only wearing undergarments and said to everyone, "You all go out first. Lung Shuang and Qin Xian stay." Seeing this, Feng Sanyuan thought for a moment, then let everyone wait outside. After everyone left, Shangguan Wanrong said to Lung Shuang and Qin Xian, "Lung Shuang, help Mo Chun. Qin Xian, help Xiao Jiao put on clothes." Yes, the two responded and went forward to help. Feng Jiao looked at Mo Chun and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." As Mo Chun spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth and got off the bed. However, as soon as he got off the bed, his body swayed. Fortunately, Lung Shuang and Feng Jiao reached out to support him. "Help him sit down in a chair." Feng Jiao gestured and stood up to put on his coat. Then he sat down beside the chair and reached out to take Mo Chen's pulse. Shangguan Wanrong asked Qin Xian to clean up the blood-stained bed and open the door to disperse the smell of blood in the air. "I'm sorry I hurt you," she said apologetically. After retracting her hand, she took out a pill from her space and gave it to him. "You need to recuperate for 2 days. Don't use your spiritual power anymore." Mo Chun took the pill and swallowed it. He took a few sips of water from Lung Shuang and calmed down before asking, "What happened to you just now? Why is his spiritual energy running amok? I thought you had gone berserk while cultivating." When he saw her like that, he was really shocked. He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to suppress the violent aura in her body. If he couldn't suppress it, she wouldn't be able to wake up. He was afraid that the final result would be her body exploding and she would die. "That's right, Xiao Jiao. Why did this happen out of nowhere? Are you okay now?" Shangguan Wanrong also asked worriedly. "Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry, She paused, and her eyes flashed. "I just had a nightmare." "How could a normal dream make you like that?" Shangguan Wanrong looked at Mo Chun and asked, "Mo Chun, is she okay like this?" Mo Chun smiled gently and said, "She's fine now that she's awake." "That's good. You guys sit down first. I'll go outside and tell them so they won't worry." Shangguan Wanrong said, and then walked outside. In the room, Qin Xian was cleaning the floor and the blood-stained bed. Only Lung Shuang was waiting by Feng Jiao's side. Mo Chun looked at Feng Jiao, whose face was still pale, and asked, "What did you dream of?" He had almost trapped himself to death in the dream. "Do you know that if you didn't wake up in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable?" Feng Jiao picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of water. She calmed her heart, which hadn't completely calmed down. She paused for a moment, then narrowed her eyes and stared at the cup in her hand. She faintly said, "I had a very scary dream. In the dream, there was blood everywhere. I couldn't move and watch the people around me die one by one. I wanted to save them, but I was powerless." Chapter 3492. She had this dream right before they were about to get married. Her heart was faintly uneasy. Everything in the dream was uncontrollable, yet it was so real. Mo Chen's eyes flickered slightly when she heard this. It was unknown what she was thinking as she listened to Mo Chen's words. After a while, she said, "Don't think too much about it. With your current strength, who can easily injure you? Moreover, whether it's your grandfather, your father, or your followers, their strength is no longer the same as before. Even if something really happens, they will be able to handle it." He paused, then continued, "It's because you're too worried that you had this dream. It's fine, don't worry. We're here for you." Feng Sanyuan and Feng Xiao were standing at the entrance. They also heard the conversation inside. They looked at each other, then walked in. Feng Sanyuan looked at her pale face and said, "Feng lass, Mo Chun is right. You're too worried. You're about to be a bride, so why are you still thinking about these things all day long? You don't think too much. It's just a dream. There's no need to take it seriously." That's right. Feng Xiao also nodded. He looked at Mo Chun and asked, "Mo Chun, how are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just a backlash. I'll be fine after some rest." Mo Chun spoke, then said to Feng Jiao, "I just set up a barrier around the Feng Manor to prevent your aura from alarming the people outside. You can withdraw it later." "All right," Feng Jiao replied. then said, "I'll have someone send you back to rest." "Master, I'll send young Master Emo-chan back." Lung Hua walked forward. Emo-chan smiled and waved his hand. "I'm not that weak. There's no need to send me back. I can go back on my own." As he spoke, he stood up and said, "I took some pills to recover. I'm much better now. It's not that serious." He nodded slightly at the crowd before walking out. "Lung Hua, follow him." Feng Jiu gestured. "Yes." Lung Hua responded and followed behind. Feng Jiu stood up and walked outside. He looked at the barrier in the sky that enveloped the Feng Manor. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of spiritual energy was released, and the barrier in the air was destroyed. "Grandfather, father, mother, all of you should go back and rest." "I'm fine." She looked at them and said, "All right, then you should rest early." They nodded and walked out. Shengwan Wanrong was half a step behind. She said to Feng Jiu, "I asked Qin XN to boil a bowl of soup to calm my nerves. You should drink a bowl before you sleep." As she spoke, she gently patted her daughter's hand. "Nyang Qin will come to see you tomorrow." "All right," Feng Jiu responded. After watching her leave, he looked at Song Ming and the others. "You guys go back to sleep too." "Feng Jiu, are you really fine?" Ning Lang asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I just had a bad dream." She smiled. "You scare me to death. I thought something had happened." Ning Lang sighed and patted his chest, saying, "Then you should rest early. If you can't sleep, then sit for a while and eat something before you sleep." "Do you think she's you?" Luo Fei said unhappily. After glancing at Ning Lang, he said to Feng Jiu, "If you can't sleep, we can chat with you. We can still play chess." Song Ming and Duan Yi also said. Chapter 3493. Seeing this, they didn't say anything else. They turned around and went back to their rooms to rest. Not long after they left, Feng Jiu saw Lung Hua come back and said, "Go to the room and bring out the soft couch for me." "Okay." Lung Hua responded and walked into the room. "You go back and rest too. You don't have to wait here," she said to Lung Shuang. Hearing this, Lung Shuang responded and left. Bai Qing Chang came and saw her sitting at the table. She asked, "Master, are you okay?" The previous movement was so loud that everyone in the mansion was alarmed. She was worried that Howard would be hurt by the airflow because he was young, so she formed a boundary to block some of it for him. At this time, he was sleeping and didn't know that something had happened to her master. "I'm fine." "How? Feng Jiu asked. "He's sleeping soundly and hasn't woken up." "Well, that's good. Keep an eye on him and go back. I don't need anyone to wait on me," she said and motioned for her to leave. "Yes." Bai Qing Chang responded and left. Lung Hua brought out the soft couch and a blanket and put them in the courtyard. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "Master, do you want to watch the stars here? Why don't you let Qin Xin play the zither for you later?" At this time, Qin Xin came in with a bowl of calming soup and said, "Master, have a bowl of soup." She put the bowl of soup in front of Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu supported her chin with one hand and looked at the sky without saying anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Lung Hua motioned to Qin Xin. Qin Xin went to the side and sat down. She took out the zither and gently plucked the strings. The pleasant tinkling sound spread in the courtyard and gradually calmed the worries and anxiety of the people in the mansion. Feng Jiu listened to the zither for a long time. Her brows gradually relaxed. She drank the bowl of calming soup and lay down on the soft couch. She pulled the blanket over her body, but she did not close her eyes to sleep. Instead, she looked at the sky as if thinking about something. On the other side, Xinyuan Mose couldn't help but frown when he heard Hui Lang's report. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. He knew that she was still awake, so he sent a message to Feng Jiu using his communication jade token. That night, the two of them were on opposite sides of the sky. Feng Jiu was telling him about her uneasiness and worries through the communication jade token, while Xinyuan Mose was comforting her by telling her that he was here. As the days passed, the day of their wedding drew closer and closer. The people of the Feng Manor became busier and busier. That morning, people from all over the world rushed over to the Feng Manor with gifts to congratulate them. Aside from emperors from all over the world sending gifts, The mayors from all over the world and people from sects and schools also sent gifts to congratulate Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mo's marriage. At the entrance, the housekeeper took the invitation and looked at it. He then continued to announce, "The principal of the School of Stars and Clouds has come to congratulate. He has sent 10 rare antiques, a pair of night pearls from the Eastern Sea, a 1,000-year-old purple ginseng." The housekeeper followed the names of the people who had come to congratulate the Feng Manor, as well as the list of gifts that had been sent. Every voice contained spiritual energy and clearly spread to the surroundings. Chapter 3494. How amazing! From dawn until now, the Feng Manor's gates have not been empty. A commoner sighed in amazement as he looked at the bustling Feng Manor. Because tomorrow was the day of the Feng Manor's eldest young miss wedding, almost everyone had chosen today to send gifts to the Feng Manor. No matter if it was the family heads dressed in bright and luxurious clothes, or the sect heads dressed in simple and loose robes, or the calm and dignified school heads, each one was a person that the commoners had never seen before. Today, however, they had all gathered in the Feng Manor to send gifts to the Feng Manor's eldest young miss. Of course, this is the Feng Manor's eldest young miss. It's because of her and the Feng family's people that no one dares to invade this place. Now that she is about to get married, there will naturally be people coming from everywhere to congratulate her. That's right, this marriage is the focus of everyone's attention. Naturally, it will cause a stir everywhere. In the crowd, an old man stroked his beard and said, "The people here today should be people from the lower and upper continents. You don't know this, but the Feng family's eldest young miss is someone who has gone to the upper world. Since she is getting married, the people from the upper world will naturally send gifts. Just watch. The people coming tomorrow are all important people." Hearing this, everyone could not help but sigh. Inside the Feng Manor, the Feng family members were all busy receiving the guests, especially Lung Hua and Du Fan. Because they were Feng Jiu's people, even if the guests did not see Feng Jiu, they still had to see them and greet them before leaving. Because they needed to receive the guests, the inns and restaurants near the Feng Manor had already been booked by Lung Hua and the others. They were used to receive the guests. What made the Feng family happy was that even Feng Yi and Zhao Yang had followed their master's orders to come down the mountain and congratulate them. Inside the Feng Manor, the people in the front were busy going in and out. In the back courtyard, Feng Jiu was leisurely accompanying Mo Chan, Hao and Feng Yi, Zhao Yang, and the others. Your master really knows how to conduct himself. He knew to let you use the opportunity of sending gifts to come back. Feng Jiu ate some pastries while glancing at Feng Yi. 5 years had passed. The little brat from back then had already become a young man. Looking at him and Zhao Yang, Feng Jiu's gaze softened. Of these two people, one had been personally delivered, and the other had been brought back by her. Now they were already this big. I say, Master said that once you get married, we will return to cultivating. Feng Yi said, his childlike appearance. His actions were now much more mature after cultivating in the mountains for so many years. He was used to being independent. He was not reluctant to part with his family. Since you've come back, you should spend more time with Grandpa and the others. They haven't seen you for a few years. As for Yang Yang, Feng Jiu looked at the sturdy young man and smiled. You should spend more time with Hao. Practice with him. Okay, Zhao Yang agreed. Thinking a bit, he took out a small box from his space and handed it over with both hands. He shyly said, Sister Feng, I personally made this. It's a wedding gift for you. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. She reached out to take it and opened it. Oh, this is a bracelet made from crystals of different elements? You actually have such good craftsmanship? It's so beautiful. Chapter 3495. Seeing that she liked it, Zhao Yang couldn't help but smile happily. These crystal cores were all carved from the crystal cores of the fierce beasts I hunted. I asked Master to carve a talisman on them that can keep you safe. Also, Sister Feng's name is on it. Thank you, I like it very much. Feng Jiu said with a smile. Looking at Zhao Yang, who smiled happily because of her words, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Feng Yi saw this and also took out something. I also have something to give you. Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him jokingly. You are my little uncle, so you have to prepare a generous gift. Hearing this, who was sitting to the side, pulled on Fengjiu's sleeve and asked, Mother, Hao didn't prepare a gift for Mother. What should I do? Hearing this, Fengjiu reached out and pinched his little face. You are the best gift. Chen drank tea and listened to them talk. Seeing Fengjiu's face brimming with happiness, he couldn't help but smile. Being able to see her happy, and married to the person she liked, he was satisfied. Guan Shilin helped greet the guests in the front, while Luo Fei, Song Ming, and the others helped lead the guests to the inn and restaurant. Leng Hua and Du Fan took over the reception. They busied themselves for an entire day, and it could be said that the number of people who came to present gifts was uncountable. The boxes of congratulatory gifts filled up the manor storeroom, and in the end, there was no more space. Thus, Feng Sanyuan had them store all the congratulatory gifts in a spatial ring. In the evening, they came to Fengjiu's courtyard. Seeing the people in the courtyard who had already started to get busy, Feng Sanyuan and Feng Xiao couldn't help but smile. Feng girl, Xiao Jiu, the two called out as they walked in. Behind them, Su Shi and Shangwan Wanrong came in together. Grandpa, grandmother, father, mother. She got up and walked in front of them. She smiled and asked, Why are you all here? Most of the guests have been taken care of. Luo Yu and the others took the rest to the inns and restaurants. With your brother and Leng Hua taking care of them, we took the time to come and see you. Feng Sanyuan said, Your wedding time is tomorrow morning. If you have time tonight, find some time to sleep for a while. She has to put on her makeup tonight. I don't think she has much time to rest. Shangwan Wanrong walked up with a smile and said, If you're tired, close your eyes and take a nap. Tonight, you have to put on your makeup and prepare for other things. When you get married tomorrow morning, even if you use spatial teleportation to get there, you still have to pay a visit to Moses' father. There's still many things to do. In particular, you can't make any mistakes. You have to be 120% alert. That's right. If you're tired, take a nap. Sushi also said with a smile. She looked at the busy people going in and out of the courtyard and said, In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jiu is going to get married. The days passed so quickly. They chatted in the courtyard for a while. Feng Sanyuan and Feng Xiao left first, leaving Su Shi, Shangwan Wanrong, and the others to accompany her in the courtyard. Yi Jing came out of the room and said with a smile, Come in and see how the room is decorated. If there's anything you need to add, I'll have someone bring it in. Chapter 3496. So, they walked into the room together. Feng Yi, Zhao Yang, Hao and Guan Shilin's son also follow behind. Su Shi and Shangwan Wanrong just chatted with Fengjiu for a while. After looking at the layout of the room, they let Fengjiu eat something and sleep for a while. In the second half of the night, they had to start bathing and putting on makeup. Everyone in the courtyard was cleared out. Only by Qin Sheng and Qin Xin stayed in the courtyard. Even the children were called back to the courtyard to sleep early. Fengjiu lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Because she was a bride to be married, she couldn't hide her happiness and anticipation. It would be strange if she could fall asleep at this time. Lying in bed, she couldn't sleep, so she closed her eyes to rest. At midnight, there was a light knock on the door. Qin Xin and Bai Qingqing's voices came. Master, it's time to bathe and change clothes. Fengjiu responded and got up lazily. She bathed and changed clothes while they served her. Then she sat in front of the dressing table and began to put on makeup. Just like Fengjiu, on the other side, Xinyuan Mose, who was preparing for the wedding, was also excited and couldn't hide his joy. He repeatedly asked his subordinates to confirm that there were no mistakes in all aspects. He asked the people in the palace to prepare, and also asked Rinxiang to stay in his mansion to prepare all kinds of things. The placement of the new room in the mansion, the layout of the mansion, and the inspection inside and outside. It could be said that they were very busy here. Whether it was for the people of Yindian or for the people of Xinyuan dynasty, seeing that Xinyuan Mose was finally going to get married made them more excited than getting married themselves. Calculate the time. Don't miss the auspicious time of the wedding. Xian Yuan Mose said to Ing Yi again. Yes, master, don't worry. This subordinate remembers. Ing Yi responded. Looking at his master who was wearing a new robe, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Master seemed to be nervous and looking forward to it. She had already changed into her new clothes and was waiting for the time to come. While he was busy and nervous, time passed quietly. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Xian Yuan Mose revealed a smile. His robes fluttered as he walked out in large strides while instructing, "Light the firecrackers. Play music. Come with me to escort the bride." A deep voice containing a powerful aura rang out with joy. Almost at the same time, the sound of firecrackers rang out from both the gates of the palace and the gates of his residence. Dressed in martial attire, the majestic Yin Guard split into groups of two to pick up the betrothal gifts. There were large mahogany chests with red bouquets tied to the chests. The chests of betrothal gifts were picked out by the neat, military-like troops and followed behind Xian Yuan Mose in a grandiose manner. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the azure dragon came out of Xian Yuan Mose's space. After circling twice in the air, it came in front of Xian Yuan Mose. In the midst of the firecrackers and music, Xian Yuan Mose, who was dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden embroidery, stood up on the azure dragon and flew into the air. Behind him, thousands of people followed neatly. Some were playing music, some were carrying gifts, some were carrying the bridal sedan, and there were nearly 100 women in dresses holding flower baskets in their hands. Chapter 3497. Xian Yuan Mose passed through the teleportation array. He didn't come directly to the city where Feng Jio was, but came from the sky in the distance, leading a wedding procession of over 1,000 people. Along the way, joyous music played and flowers fluttered. In the sky, the blue sky and white clouds were suffused with a layer of colorful clouds. The entire scene was as beautiful as a fairyland, and it was unforgettable. At this moment, several streaks of light flashed across the sky and landed on the mountain peaks around Yunyue City like shooting stars. They looked at the thousands of people who came from afar. An old man stood at the peak of a mountain, and his voice was filled with spiritual energy. This old man is the sect leader of the Blue Star Immortal Sect. I'm here to congratulate the Yama Lord on the marriage of the Ghost Doctor. I'll gift 99 chests of treasures to the Ghost Doctor's dowry. His voice was like thunder that reverberated between heaven and earth. That voice clearly entered the ears of everyone in all directions, causing a burst of exclamations. The sect leader of the Qing City Immortal Sect is here to congratulate the Xian Yuan Monarch and the Ghost Doctor on their marriage. I'll gift 99 chests of treasures to the Ghost Doctor's dowry. The four great sects are here to congratulate the Yama Lord on the marriage of the Ghost Doctor. I'll gift 99 chests of rare antiques and herbs to the Ghost Doctor's dowry. Hearing the congratulatory voices and the gifts, the people below were all in an uproar. That's a strong cultivator from the upper realm. Hiss! I didn't expect those people from the upper realm to come as well. Some of the family heads could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard the person who introduced himself. However, at this moment, another ray of light flashed past, and a figure appeared at a certain high place. An old voice that contained a hint of laughter could be heard. This old man is Han Yuanzi. I'm here to drink some wine and to add to Feng Jio's dowry. Ha ha ha! Feng Jio, I wish you and Xian Yuan Mose to have a child soon and grow old together. The 8 great clans of 100 River City congratulate the Yama Lord on the marriage of the Ghost Doctor. Under the orders of the Master of the Black Market, we are here to congratulate the Ghost Doctor on her wedding and to add to her dowry. The voices outside continued to echo through the sky. In the room in the Feng Manor's inner courtyard, Feng Jio listened to the voices, and a beautiful smile appeared on his face. Those familiar faces are all here. Coming. The bridegroom is here. Feng Yi ran excitedly from outside, followed by the short-legged Hao Er and Zhao Yang. Little Feng, let me tell you, there are 7 colored clouds in the sky outside. There are over 1,000 people coming to escort the bride. That long line is circling the sky, coming from afar. Joy is spreading all over the sky, and flowers are sprinkling all the way. That, Io. Fengyi was so excited that he danced as if he was the one getting married. He was so excited that he stumbled and fell forward. Be careful, don't fall. Yi Jing reached out to support him and shook her head helplessly. These children. Fengyi smiled embarrassedly. He stood up and straightened his clothes. After thanking Yi Jing, he quickly walked over to Fengjiu's side and excitedly said, "There are so many people outside. Not only are there people surrounding our manor, but there are also people in the air far away." Fengjiu glanced at him through the mirror and joked, "Calm down. People who don't know might think you're the one getting married." Chapter 3498. Fengyi blinked as he looked at her and asked curiously, "Do I need to carry you?" Fengjiu saw the unconcealable happiness and curiosity on his face and couldn't help but lightly tap his nose. She asked with a smile, "What? Do you want to carry me?" Hearing this, Fengyi awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, I might not be able to carry you." His body wasn't even as big as Yang Yang. Even if he could carry her, he wouldn't be able to carry her. Yi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. "No need to carry her. The red carpet in the residence is laid out all the way to the outside. She'll walk out. You guys can just follow behind her and help hold her dress." "Okay." Fengyi immediately agreed. "How?" I looked at Fengyi and then looked at Yi Jing. He couldn't help but lower his head and play with his fingers. He came to Fengjiu's side and asked in a small voice, "Mother, then what about me?" Fengjiu looked at him and said with a smile, "Help Nyangqin hold the hem of her dress. It has to be someone as small as you. Fengyi is too big, and he's also my little uncle." "No. Why not? Then what should I do?" Fengyi couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. "You just obediently follow behind her." Fengjiu glanced at him and said. Shangwan Wanrong and Sushi walked in and saw that the room was packed with people. They came to Fengjiu's side. "Why haven't you put on the phoenix coronet yet? Quick, bring the phoenix coronet over. It's almost time. The bride escorts are already outside." As a result, the children were all chased out. Yi Jing and the others in the room quickly helped her put on the phoenix coronet and checked it up and down to see if they missed anything. "There's no need for this veil," Fengjiu said with a smile. She looked at them and said, "This phoenix coronet has a bead curtain hanging down. This is enough. No need for a veil? I've never heard of this before. The bride has to wear a red veil when she gets married." Shangwan Wanrong said and couldn't help but look at Sushi. Seeing this, Sushi smiled and said, "Let her be. She's not an ordinary person to begin with, so there's no need to hold a wedding like an ordinary person's. What's more, what she said wasn't wrong. It's the same, even if there's a curtain of beads hanging down from the phoenix coronet. It's half hidden and half hidden. It's extremely beautiful." Hearing her say this, Shangwan Wanrong nodded and stood up from the Fengjiu. She smiled and said, after seeing them come, the fire phoenix also flew around outside. Moses' azure dragon also came. One dragon and one phoenix are outside, and everyone is praising them. "Little Feng, are you ready?" Feng Senyuan's voice came from outside. "Xiao Jiu, are you done?" Feng Xiao asked. "All right, I'm coming." Shangwan Wanrong agreed and said to Fengjiu, "Let your grandfather and father send you off to get married. Let them lead you to the bridal sedan chair." "Yes." Fengjiu agreed and straightened her clothes. With the support of two people, she walked out of the room step by step and into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Emo Chun, Feng Sanyuan, Feng Xiao, Song Ming, and Leng Hua were all waiting. Pairs of eyes watched as she slowly walked out of the room. Their eyes all lit up. Even if they knew she was very beautiful and were used to seeing her beauty, today, at this moment, when they saw her wearing a new wedding dress and wearing a phoenix coronet and beads as she slowly walked out, it still stunned them. Chapter 3499. Emo Chun looked at her. He watched as she gracefully walked out step by step. He watched as her dress bloomed with flowers. She was dignified and noble. He watched as her wedding dress was dazzling and luxurious. That peerless elegance was dazzling and eye-catching. Her every movement exuded a noble aura. The bead curtain covering her face allowed her beautiful face to be faintly discernible. He could faintly see the happiness in her eyes and the gentle smile on her lips. He thought that she was happy, because the person she was going to marry was the one she loved the most in her life. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his lips. His gaze was fixed on her, following her movements. His gaze was filled with reluctance, complexity, and blessings. Feng Sanyuan and Feng Xiao walked forward and arrived at Fengjiu's side. They took Fengjiu's hands from Su Shi and Shangwan Wanrong's hands. They held her hands on either side and said, "We'll send you off." They supported her and walked out step by step. The red carpet on the ground extended to the outside of the manor. They walked in front, and the people behind them slowly followed. Hao and Guan Shiling's son obediently held onto Fengjiu's dress and slowly walked. Xinyuan Mose stood in front of the Feng Manor's gates and waited. In the sky, the azure dragon and the fire phoenix circled around. Around the Feng Manor, there were experts from all over, including the rulers and cultivators from all over. At this time, everyone's gazes were on the Feng Manor's gates. The Wanyan family wishes the Xinyuan ruler and the ghost doctor a joyous wedding. We present 99 chests of treasures to add to the ghost doctor's dowry. A voice sounded. It was the travel-worn Wanyan Shisan. He came from the horizon, and behind him was a group of people carrying chests of gifts. Wanyan Xinhua, who was standing in front of the Feng Manor's gates, saw that he had finally arrived and could not help but reveal a smile. A few days ago, he sent a message back, saying that he was called back by the elders of his family on his way back. They asked him to find someone to send wedding gifts to Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu. He said that he would definitely come back today, but he didn't expect to wait until now. Fortunately, he made it in time. Just as she was thinking, she was pulled back by the person beside her. She frowned and looked at Jun Jushang, who was hugging her. She said, "Let go." Jun Jushang glanced at her and let her go. He said, "There are many people today. Be careful. Don't get squeezed." He stood by her side and didn't leave. He only used his body to separate her from the people around her, secretly protecting her so that she wouldn't be bumped into in the chaos. "I'll take care of myself. I don't need your kindness," Wanyan Qianhua said, not appreciating the kindness. In the crowd, Yun Shuexin raised her head and looked forward. Her resentful gaze fell on Xinyuan Mose's body. The anger in her heart caused her to tightly clench her fists. Her nails dug into her palms, causing her to feel a bit of pain. She could only watch like this. She could only watch like this. She could only watch like this. She watched him carefully arrange this grand wedding. She watched him marry that woman. She felt unreconciled, but there was nothing she could do. She had already lost her chastity. Even if she hadn't lost her chastity, he had never looked at her. Her heart was filled with hatred. She hated that she could not ruin this wedding. However, she knew that as long as she dared to make the slightest move, she could forget about leaving this place alive. It was at this time that the sound of cheers and gasps came from the front. She followed everyone's gaze and looked towards the Feng Manor's gates. "Quickly look, the bride has come out. The bride is so beautiful." Chapter 3500. Xinyuan Mose knew that she would be very beautiful in this wedding dress, but he did not expect her to be so beautiful that it was suffocating. His deep eyes were filled with deep affection as he looked at the bride, who was slowly walking towards him with the support of her grandfather and father. His heart could not help but surge with anticipation, joy, and excitement. He walked up to her, step by step, and stared deeply at her. When he saw the rare, bashful expression on her face, he couldn't help but smile. "Jew, I'm here to marry you. From this moment onwards, you are my, Xinyuan Mose's wife and the love of my life. I'm willing to use my life to protect you, and use the rest of my life to bring you happiness. In this life, I'll never leave you." His voice was deep and magnetic. As he spoke each word, it entered the ears of the people around him. Everyone could not help but be shocked. They were somewhat surprised that a dignified monarch would say such words in front of so many people. And Mo Chun, who had followed behind him, stood to the side, quietly watching and listening. When he saw Xinyuan Mose take out a small box from his space and open it, and saw 2 rings inside, his eyes could not help but move slightly. He could not help but look at Fengjiu. Jiao, I specially had this custom made. It is unique and represents the unique you and me. Xianyuan Mose held the smaller ring and looked at her, saying, "Let me help you put it on." Fengjiu looked at the ring and felt her eyes heat up. She looked at him through the bead curtain and nodded lightly. Okay. Xianyuan Mose took the ring and put it on Fengjiu's left ring finger. At the same time, Fengjiu also took the larger ring. She looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, "In this life, I, Fengjiu, will only recognize you as my husband. In this life, I will never betray you." As soon as her solemn voice fell, she took the ring and put it on Xianyuan Mose's hand. Looking at the 2 rings shining dazzlingly under the sun, she couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Xianyuan Mose held her hand and looked at Feng Sanyuan, Feng Xiao, and the others. After bidding farewell to them with Fengjiu, Feng Xiao personally held Fengjiu's hand and handed it to Xianyuan Mose. "Mose, I'll leave my daughter to you. You must treat her well. Don't let her suffer. You must make her happy." Even though he knew that Xianyuan Mose would treat his daughter very well, Feng Xiao still couldn't help but remind him. Xianyuan Mose held Fengjiu's hand and said solemnly to Feng Xiao, "Don't worry, father-in-law. I will treat Jiao well." Good, good, good. Feng Xiao nodded and repeatedly agreed. Looking at his daughter who was about to get married, he couldn't help but tear up. "It's getting late. You should set off," said Feng Sanyuan, telling them not to miss the time. Yes. After Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu bid farewell to them again, he held Fengjiu's hand and walked toward the sedan. The body of the sedan was lowered, and the bride entered the sedan. The red curtains were lowered, and Xianyuan Mose took a leap. He stood on the back of the Azure Dragon and glanced at the crowd below. His deep voice contained a powerful pressure as it came from his mouth. "Everyone, let's head to the Xianyuan dynasty for a toast." As soon as his voice fell, he raised his hand and gestured. Ing Yi and Grey Wolf shouted in unison, "Let's go." Chapter 35:01. After a busy day, Fengjiu sat by the bed of the bridal chamber. Through the bead curtain covering his face, he looked at the bridal chamber brimming with joy. The smile on his lips could not help but blossom. The sky outside was getting dark. Xianyuan Mose was drinking with the guests and had not yet returned. The bridal chamber was quiet, and no one came to disturb them, until there was a light knock on the door and Lang Shuang's voice came. "Master, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first?" Lang Shuang pushed the door open and asked. Who knew that Lung Yi and Hao behind him also rushed in. "Little Feng Feng, mother, don't push, run slowly," Qin Qin called out as she followed them in. "Mother, mother, how?" Came to the bedside and blinked his eyes at the new bed. He asked curiously. Grandmother said that Hao should help mother to press the bed and give birth to a little brother next year. "Mother, what is pressing the bed?" When Fengjiu heard this, he was slightly startled. Then he chuckled and reached out to pick him up. "It's playing on the new bed." "Playing? But Hao only has himself. How can he play with himself?" He was at a loss. After all, he was usually not a naughty child. "Just go up and roll a few times," Feng Yi said and helped him take off his boots. Go, go." So Hao was pushed to the bed with a confused face. He was at a loss and really rolled a few times on it, making everyone in the room laugh. "Yama Lord is coming," someone outside shouted. Hao on the bed quickly got out of bed, put on his boots, and stood by Feng Ye's side. His serious little appearance made Fengjiu smile again. Okay, all of you go out," Qin Xian said with a smile, and let everyone in the room leave. For the wedding of Master and Yama Lord, it was estimated that no one had the courage to make trouble in the bridal chamber. "Master, I'll go to the kitchen and bring something over," Lang Shuang said and retreated. At this time, Xianyuan Mose, who was dressed in a luxurious black robe, walked in from the outside. He walked to Fengjiu's room and saw her sitting quietly by the new bed, waiting for him with a smile on her beautiful face. He couldn't help but ask softly, "Are you tired?" He walked forward and reached out to help her take off the phoenix coronet on her head. "Why didn't you take off this phoenix coronet? It's so heavy." It's so tiring to wear it all the time. Without the bridal veil, I can only wait for you to come and take the crown." Feng Jiu chuckled. He felt much more relaxed after taking off the phoenix coronet. "Have you entertained the guests?" There were Lung Hua and Du Fan attending to me. Moreover, Imperial Father was also present. There were also Song Ming, Luo Fei, and the others. Therefore, I only offered a toast before returning first. Xin Yuan Mo said, and sat down by the bed. He looked at her and asked, "Do you want to change your clothes first?" "It's fine, I'll change after bathing," she said. "Master, Yama Lord, please drink the wine of the cross cups." Bai Qing Chan came forward with a tray. There were 2 wine glasses on the tray. Xin Yuan Mo's and Feng Jiu looked at each other and raised their wine glasses. They leaned forward and drank the wine of the cross cups with their arms around each other. At this time, Bai Qingxing looked at the 2 of them drinking wine and softly said, "A pair of mandarin ducks crossing necks is a lifetime of love. Husband and wife will accompany each other until their hair turns white." As she said this, the moment they put the wine glasses back on the tray, she bent her knees slightly and said with a smile, "I wish Master, Yama Lord, a happy marriage and a child soon." Chapter 3502. Not long after, Lung Shuang came in with food and placed it on the table. He said, "Yama Lord, Master, eat something first. I'll get someone to prepare water for your bath." With that, he retreated. "Are you hungry? Eat something first." Xin Yuan Mose took her hand and sat down at the table. "You've been busy with the wedding. Are you tired?" Feng Jiu looked at him and asked. Xin Yuan Mo smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Aren't you going to eat?" Feng Jiu asked. "I ate some in the palace. You can eat," he said as he picked up some food for her. Thus, Feng Jiu agreed and filled her stomach first. Lung Shuang had someone prepare water for their bath. After they ate, the food on the table was removed. After helping Feng Jiu remove the makeup on her face, the door was closed and everyone in the courtyard left. "Let me help you bathe," Xin Yuan Mose said as he walked with her to the bathtub and helped her change her clothes. Feng Jiu wanted to refuse, but seeing that he was very interested, she let him do as he pleased. Xin Yuan Mose took off his own clothes and stood naked in front of her. After he took off the layers of clothes on Feng Jiu's body, he looked at Mancha's body. His gaze couldn't help but become more serene. When he thought about how tonight was their wedding night, his eyes flickered and he said in a hoarse voice, "Jiu, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." With that, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned over to kiss her lips. Feng Jiu responded to his passionate kiss until her body went limp in his arms. He then carried her into the bathtub. In the bathtub, steam rose in spirals. The 2 of them were like a pair of mandarin ducks entwined with each other. After the bath, the limp Feng Jiu leaned lazily in his arms. He carried her out of the bathtub and walked towards their new bed. In the past, they had been intimate, but Xin Yuan Mose had always been guarding the final hurdle. Now, he could finally have her in a proper way. One could imagine the excitement in his heart. Everything was like water flowing through a canal, and everything was just going with the flow. In the new bed, Xin Yuan Mose raised his hand and put down the veil beside the bed, covering the lively fragrance on the bed. 2 figures could faintly be seen overlapping each other. Soft moans could be heard from the bed curtain, moving and seductive. The night was still long. This was their wedding night, and their passionate entanglement had only just begun. At the same time, in the palace, everyone was happily drinking the wedding wine. Mo Chun carried a jug of wine and went to the highest hall in the palace. He sat there and looked at the night sky. He lifted the jug of wine and poured it into his mouth. The fragrant wine flowed out from the corner of his mouth and soaked his clothes, but he didn't care at all. He just looked at the moon that peeked out from behind the clouds in the night sky in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. He tilted his head back and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. Then, he put the jug down and lay on it to look at the night sky. He stretched out his hand and placed it under the moon. From afar, it was as if the moon was in his hand. However, when he reached out to grab it, he could not grab anything. Chapter 3503. That night, everyone drank until they were drunk before going to the guest rooms to rest. The next day, they woke up naturally and left one after another. Feng Jiao and the others did not wake up early on the day after the wedding because Xianyuan Mo's father told them not to wake up early to offer him tea and to rest well. Therefore, they were happy and at ease in the residence. Feng Yi and Zhao Yang came under their master's orders and could not stay here for long. Therefore, the next day, they bid farewell to Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mo's and rushed back to their sect. After they left, Han Yuanzi and the others also left one after another. The residents also became quieter because of the departure of their friends. Monarch Black Tortoise and his wife, who came to congratulate Feng Jiao and the others, came to Feng Jiao's courtyard on this day. They sat in the courtyard and drank tea and chatted with the two of them. It's like this. You are newlyweds, and it's rare for you to have such a quiet and relaxing time. We want to bring Howard back to stay for a while. You see, Monarch Black Tortoise asked and looked at Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mo's. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo's and Feng Jiao looked at each other. Then Feng Jiao smiled and said, "We have no problem." Then he looked at Howard and asked, "Howard, can you go back and stay with your parents for a while?" Howard thought for a while and nodded. "Okay." Then he said, "Then I'll go and stay for a while. I'll come back." Monarch Black Tortoise smiled happily. Okay. We'll send you back. Don't worry. You'll only stay for a while. You can come back whenever you want. Yes. Stay here occasionally. Stay there too. We can also see you more. Monarch Black Tortoise's wife said softly and looked at Howard lovingly. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mo said, "Let's do it this way. You take him back and don't send him here. We won't stay here for too long. When we go back to Sifang City, if he wants to come back, we'll send him back." Okay. Monarch Black Tortoise nodded and said to the two, "Thank you. How? Be good and listen to your father and mother." Feng Jiao touched his head and said, "Howard knows. Mother, don't worry. Howard's good." As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly to look at her and asked, "Mother, when Howard comes back, will you have a little brother?" Feng Jiao was startled. Being asked this by a child in front of the Black Tortoise Monarch couple, she couldn't help but blush. She smiled and said, "Not so fast." Monarch Black Tortoise laughed and said, "Then Brother Xianyuan must work harder. It's fate to have a child. Don't worry, you're still young." Monarch Black Tortoise's wife said softly and said to Feng Jiao, "Let nature take its course." Xianyuan Mo's looked at Feng Jiao and held her hand. "I'll work hard." Seeing him say this in front of them and the child, Feng Jiao couldn't help but glare at him. Then Monarch Black Tortoise said, "You guys talk first. I'll take Howard to pack some things." Chapter 35:04. The Black Tortoise Monarch and his wife were surprised when they heard this. Their faces turned serious. "Are you saying that Sovereign Tong Tian wants to deal with you? How is that possible? How could he have the guts? With your current strength, he shouldn't dare to do anything to you. If it's just Sovereign Tong Tian, then there's nothing to be afraid of. What we're worried about is the Black Lotus Lord," Xianyuan Mo's said in a deep voice. He looked deeply at Monarch Xuanwu and said, "I believe you know that a few days ago, someone became a godly king. That person is none other than Monarch Black Lotus." "Black Lotus Lord? Who's that? I've never heard of him before," said Sovereign Xuanwu with a frown. "This person possesses the ancient Black Lotus of destruction. He was originally." Xianyuan Mo's told them about the Black Lotus Lord. In the end, he said, "There has been no news of this person for a few years. However, we recently learned that he has advanced into the Godly King realm. He has become a Godly King powerhouse and is conspiring with Sovereign Tong Tian to deal with us." Sovereign Xuanwu asked, "If that's the case, then we have to be careful. Do you have any defenses? If we really fight him, what are our chances of winning?" "It's hard to say," said Xianyuan Mo's, shaking his head. "Then what do we need to do?" asked Sovereign Xuanwu. "We don't know what they will do at the moment. If they really fight, it's not certain who will win in the end. We have enough people on our side. If even we can't deal with them, then even if we add you guys, it will only make things more and more out of control." Xianyuan Mo's paused and said, "If that's the case, why don't you save your strength and protect the people you want to protect?" He was never a person who placed his hopes on others. He would rather rely on himself than on others. Therefore, he didn't think that Sovereign Xuanwu's participation would make the situation any better. With his and Fengjiu's strength, they were already strong enough to sweep through everything. As for the rest, it would depend on the battle. Many times, man proposes, but God disposes. Hearing his words, Monarch Black Tortoise nodded. Understand. At noon, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu personally sent them out of the residence. Fengjiu's heart ached when he saw how looking at him with tears in his eyes. Father, mother, I'm just going to stay for a while. I'll be back, he said to them. Fengjiu heard him and hugged him. He said, how be good. Father and mother, we'll wait for you. You go back with your parents. Remember to cultivate. Yes, how knows, he replied. He hugged Fengjiu's neck tightly, unwilling to let go. All right, go ahead. Fengjiu patted his head and said. Howard retreated and let his biological parents hold his hand. In the end, he gathered his energy and flew towards the clouds. In the distance, they could still hear Howard shouting, Father, mother, Howard will come back. Xinyuan Mose looked at the reluctant Fengjiu and hugged her. It's best for him to go back with them. Chapter 35:05. Don't think too much about other things. During this period of time, let's just enjoy the two of us. Xinyuan Mose said as he hugged her waist and said, I'll bring you around. The two of them walked inside. Fengjiu asked, have Song Ming and the rest left? They're still in the palace, Xinyuan Mose said as he lowered his head to look at her and asked, you want them to leave first? Yes. With their strength, if they really go against the Black Lotus Master, they won't be able to resist at all. Since that's the case, why don't we let them leave first so that they won't be implicated by us? Fengjiu said. After thinking for a while, he said, I'd like to let them cultivate in the upper world sections. That's easy. Write them a letter of recommendation and let them report to the upper world sections. Xinyuan Mose said as he walked inside with her. Where are you taking me for a spin? I've been to this residence before, and I'm quite familiar with it. There's nothing better in the palace, Fengjiu said as he reached out to pluck a flower and played with it in his hand as they passed by the garden. Where do you want to go? I'll go with you, Xinyuan Mose said. Fengjiu thought for a while and said, we'll definitely attract attention when we go out. It'll probably be difficult for us to be at ease. Moreover, whether it's the upper world or the lower world, the people in these two continents will recognize us. Why don't we? Why don't we what? Xinyuan Mose raised his eyebrows and asked. Let's disguise ourselves and go to the continent where the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect is. Her eyes shone brightly as she said, he divided the land into a realm and became the sovereign of a region. Although he's in the upper world, he's also in the upper world's outer space. Now that he's joined forces with the Black Lotus Master, I want to go to the continent where they're at to take a look. Who knows? We might even find a chance to deal with them before they make a move. The two of us will go alone? Just the two of us, how about that? She looked at him and asked. Xinyuan Mose nodded. Sure, since you want to go, I'll go with you. I'll leave after I've explained everything. He paused and asked, do we need to inform Mo-chun? Let's leave him a note. He has always prioritized protecting me. If I tell him, he probably won't feel at ease letting the two of us go alone. As she spoke, her gaze flickered. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that if he stays by my side, he will be burdened by me one day. She didn't want to owe him anything. After all, he never owed her anything, but he had to keep guarding her like this. To him, it was very unfair. If she could, she hoped that he could live his own life. However, she didn't know when it started, but it seemed that his life was intertwined with hers. Thinking of this, she could not help but sigh in her heart. In this world, the most difficult thing to repay was a debt of gratitude. I know, don't worry. Leave it to me, Xinyuan Mose said as he led her back to the courtyard. He let her rest in the courtyard for a while before he went to make arrangements. After he left, Fengjiu asked Leng Shuang to summon Leng Hua and the others. Not long after, the group arrived in the courtyard. Seeing her sitting in the middle of the courtyard, they bowed. Leng Hua asked, Master, do you have any instructions for us to come here? Fengjiu smiled and nodded. Not bad. I have some instructions for you.